In times like these, what we trust is put to the test. With the coronavirus changing lives around the coastal Empire and Lowcountry, it's important to know the power of being informed.
WTOC Savannah news anchor Dawn Baker greets viewers each night with pertinent information that impacts their lives. When that information turned into news about a pandemic, she did what she felt she needed to do: take action. Dawn became the first person in the U.S. to receive Moderna's Phase 3 COVID-19 vaccination. How did you get involved with this study, and how did you become a part of it?
Well, Dr. Paul Bradley is the chief investigator with the vaccine study through Moderna, and Meridian Research Clinic is actually operated in his office. And so they do all kinds of research on every ailment that anyone could possibly have. So he called me about 4 days before this third phase began, and he said, I really need a favor. Would you be interested in taking part in the study? And I said, well, is it a live vaccine? He goes, no, why would I give you COVID-19? I'm like, hey, I got to ask. I said, is it going to make me more likely to get COVID-19? And he told me no. And so he told me, well, I should think about it, give me a call back. So I did. And, I just thought that this was the right fit for me. I know people who have died from COVID-19. I know young people who are perfectly healthy, who've had a serious bout with COVID-19, who end up in the hospital on a ventilator and have had so many health issues since then. So it really did affect me in a big way, and I really wanted to do something to help. When I talked to the doctor, and he said that in phase 1 and phase 2, the most severe side effects anyone had was a mild cold, perhaps a fever, a headache. I figured that's a very small price to pay if we can get ourselves out of this terrible dark pit that we've been in for far too long.
Baker says she has 5 remaining in-person doctor's visits over 2 years. She uses an app to document any symptoms. She will have blood work, a COVID-19 test each visit, and she gets monthly check-ins from doctors. As an African American, Baker realizes there is a need for minority participation. People of color are disproportionately impacted by this virus. What would you say to those who are kind of on the fence and a little nervous and they have some trepidation about getting involved in a study like this?
I have learned that there really is a need for diversity in all of these studies, because I didn't know until I really started doing my own research and talking to doctors, not just my doctor, but doctors of color from different areas of the country, that, we as Black people react to medication differently than a Caucasian person, than a Latino person. So there is a need for not just me or a handful of people who are my ethnic background to be a part of the study, because we need to know that it works safely on everyone.
I'm Dawn Baker, evening news anchor from WTOC in Savannah, Georgia, and the history-making woman who rolled up that sleeve boldly. She's gone where none of us have gone before. And so thank you for paving the way for us. And we want to monitor you and stay in touch with you so we can see how you're faring over these next couple of years. And we thank you for what you've done. And I think you've opened up a great door for a lot of people who may follow suit.
Well, thank you so much, and look forward to talking to you again soon.
This year marks the 100th anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment, which guarantees and protects women's constitutional right to vote. The journey to that vote was filled with countless women defiantly marching and protesting to ensure their voices were heard. Bold women like Susan B. Anthony and Frances Harper. These fearless ladies led the way so that we could go to the polls and vote for the candidates we feel are most qualified to represent us and our values. We can't take the right to vote for granted. I'm Atlanta City Council member Carla Smith, reminding you to get registered to vote. The deadline for the November 3rd election is October the 5th. Go to registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Again, registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Let us honor the memory of those who made our ability to vote possible. Don't let their efforts go in vain. Let your voice be heard. Use your power, get registered, and vote. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Atlanta City Council member Andre Dickens. Census 2020 is upon us. The results of the census impact every aspect of our daily lives. Congressional representation, funding for schools, roads, and even hospitals. It's all determined by data from the census. It's just a few easy questions and will only take 10 minutes to complete. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. ATL counts. Census 2020. Atlanta is counting on you.
I was just blessed to be able to be on the wall, not knowing that I was going to be here until a couple of days ago, and somebody sent me a photograph. But I mean, you know, I knew Hattie Watkins, who is the mother of Willie Watkins, and who helped to get the funeral home here in West End. So most of the people on the wall are people that I know, people that I've worked with. So these are people that have been committed to the West End and Westview communities. But even with that, they've been committed overall to the city of Atlanta in terms of making this city better. And I don't know of any other place, now that I'm going through my mind, where there are women that are being honored. So this is truly something great here in this city.
Each election year, I'm reminded of the sacrifices that were made so that I could exercise my right to vote. I think about the fear that must have gripped the hearts of those who placed themselves in harm's way, opening the door for me, you, and future generations. These were incredibly courageous men and women. Among them, two of our nation's greatest civil rights leaders, Reverend C.T. Vivian and Congressman John Lewis, who risked their lives so that we could cast our ballots freely. Let's not take the right to vote for granted. I'm Atlanta City Council member Michael Julian Bond, reminding you to get registered to vote. The deadline for the November 3rd election is October 5th. Go to registertovote.sos.ga.gov. That's registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Let us honor the memory of those who made our ability to vote possible. Don't let their efforts go in vain. Let your voice be heard. Use your power. Get registered and vote. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Councilmember Joy Shepherd.
Call has been forwarded.
I don't believe it's gonna be stuff like it usually is. I don't. You know how it's usually like noodles, boxes of cookies. I don't think
they might either put together for them. They just like meals.
I hate them. I like the more stuff. And what about if the guy Tony going to get the stuff? Or for the food giveaway? You gotta get more food.
Good afternoon.
This is Councilmember Winslow. I'm not sure who else is on the line. Can you hear me, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Hello? Just one moment. Hello. Sorry? Yes, good afternoon, Councilmember. I'm here. I'm sorry, I got dropped off for a moment. I apologize. All right. Are we ready? Yes, Madam Chair, we are. All right. Good afternoon. This is Councilmember George Shepherd, Chair of the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee, and I'm here today to officially start our meeting to order. Ms. Lindo, can we actually do the roll call? Yes, Madam Chair. Councilmember Dustin Hillard.
Present.
Councilmember Andrea Boone.
Present.
Councilmember Carla Smith. Here. Councilmember Amir Faroki.
Here.
Councilmember Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond. Councilmember Bond. Madam Chair, we do have a quorum, and I believe Council President Moore is also on the line.
I am. Thank you.
Thank you, President Moore. And I also believe we've been joined by Mr. Brown also. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. So, Ms. Lindo, can you actually go ahead and read the remote meeting statement, please? Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Corinne Lindo. I'm council staff. Today's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee meeting will be conducted remotely as advertised and in accordance with Georgia Code Section 50-14-1. The meeting will be conducted in conformance with Robert's Rules of Orders and the Rules of Council as authorized by the City Code. The public may access the meeting conference bridge toll-free by dialing 877-579-6743 and entering conference ID number 831-599-1256. This information was also provided on the Friday, October 9, 2020, public meeting notice. The public may also view the meeting on Channel 26, the Council's home page at citycouncil.atlanta.ga.gov, Facebook and Twitter pages at ATL Council, and the Council's YouTube channel. Today's meeting agenda was published and made available also on Friday, October 9th via the city's website at atlantacity.ga.iqm2.com. In addition, the public was able to submit comments via voicemail at 404-330-6022 yesterday on Sunday between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. These comments will be played during the public comment portion of this meeting. All persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to mute your phone and speakers. Meeting participants wishing to speak must be acknowledged by the committee chair. Amendments, substitutes, and informational documents have been distributed to committee members beforehand. Thank you all in advance for your cooperation. Thank you, Ms. Lindo. We will now move to the adoption of the agenda. At this point, there are no changes to the agenda. So I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. I'll make a motion. Mr. Hillis, will you second? And let me just say, right now, Ms. Lindo, I am not on e-board, so you will have to remotely put me in until I can get in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well noted.
Is Ms. Winslow here? Is Ms. Winslow here?
I am, Madam Chair.
All right. How do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
The vote is up. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda has been adopted.
Thank you. We'll now move to approval of the minutes. I will make a motion to approve. Ms. Winslow, would you do so? Thank you. Ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. Those meeting minutes have been approved.
All right, thank you. We're now item number F, which is public comment. Ms. Lindo, I understand we have 1 hour and 42 minutes and 5 seconds of public comment. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
All right. If we have no objection, we will now move to public comment for 1 hour, 42 minutes and 5 seconds. We're ready.
One moment, please. Just one more moment, Madam Chair.
Hi, this is Michael McLeod, MCL-EOD. I live on Martina Drive in Buckhead, and I'm calling to ask for decisive action against street racing that is occurring throughout our city. We're now seeing this is not merely a noise issue, but something that involves life and death. This is not acceptable, and it must be dealt with decisively.
Okay, so let me just finish up real quick. I just wanted to say that for right now, please do your job. This is the job that you asked us to vote for you for. Part of that job is keeping the citizens of this city safe. I do not feel safe. I don't think my children are safe. I don't think their friends are safe. I don't think anybody that leaves their home is safe. And this has been created by you, by your silence. Please take care of this problem. Thank you. Yes, my name is Nina Balastro. B as in Victor, A-L-A-S-T-R-O. And my concern, which is a major concern, is the lawlessness of people driving. It is the speeds that they are driving. It is the fact that they are all ignoring all the rules and laws of driving. It used to be just people that were cutting through Buckhead. Now it's people that live in Buckhead as well. And above that concern is my concern of the speed racers. Whenever I go to Costco and I'm on I-75, there's always at least one or two of them that are flying on the freeway, usually going 100 miles an hour or more. They're darting in and out of cars, putting other people at risk. And as we see now, that they get away, or they are just fine after they hit somebody. And it's the innocent people that are the ones that are being taken out in body bags. I have now started, I have older teenagers that drive, and I am petrified to have them drive from anywhere at night. So I end up taking them up because I don't trust an Uber driver to be as experienced as myself. And I am just appalled at what I see happening at night when I pick up my kids, or I pick up their friends as well. I will pick up anybody that calls me anytime during the night because it's just so dangerous out there. And every time it's like incredibly, incredibly unsafe. I don't know whose responsibility this lies on. It has been left to go completely unnoticed by you, uncondemned by you. And silence is complicit. And to the point where it started out being a problem, then it was a big problem, and then a bigger problem, and now it is a problem completely out of control. Where is our leadership? I've only heard one person condemn these racers, and that is Felicia A. Moore. And where are the rest of you? And where is our ultimate leader? That's the problem. We have none. Our ultimate leader is on CNN all the time or doing the night shows. Get off the night shows and do your job.
Yes, my name is Marcy Mettinger, and I'm an City of Atlanta resident. I'm extremely concerned about the street racing and laying drag, all kinds of illegal activity that's going on undeterred throughout Buckhead and the city of Atlanta. It's scary. It's not safe. People are obviously getting killed, which seems to be not a concern of the mayor nor the city council, as nothing is being done to stop this. So something needs to be done. These cars need to be impounded. These fines need to be big. Something has to happen to stop this before more people get killed. And it's their blood on your hands.
Hello, my name is Hillary Baum. I live at 8 Collier Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. Here at the corner of Collier Road and Peachtree Road, well within the Piedmont Hospital quiet zone. We have experienced street racing since May. It is every night. It is sometimes all day during the weekends. I have probably called 911 every other day since May. We have experienced no relief. We are so afraid someone is going to get killed. We are afraid someone is going to end up with a car through a building. We are so over the lawlessness, the crazy cars, the random gunfire we hear, and we need relief. Please help us. Thank you.
Hi, this is Mary Elizabeth Ellenberg, and I'm calling in regards to the Atlanta street racing that has gotten out of control in our neighborhood. I would like to ask the council to please consider recalling the mayor, who has lost the voters' trust at this point in terms of safety and protection in our neighborhood. We have to listen to these street racers nightly. We have not had a response from the mayor in terms of stopping the street racers. And this has caused not only crime, but it has allowed our neighborhood to become destroyed in terms of peaceful and quiet enjoyment. And I would like to charge the council to go a step further in terms of recalling the mayor, because we are in putting the neighbors in a precarious position in terms of safety, and this needs to be stopped. Someone needs to stand up and take over and actually stop the street racing, not just create laws or allow the police officers to arrest. We actually need to take action. So, again, I live in North Buckhead. We have to listen to this every night. We have to listen to this in our backyard. We have to listen to this in our streets. And we have to listen to this in our neighborhood. So I would like to charge the council to take this a step further and discuss recalling the mayor. Thank you so much.
My name is Carrie Cox, 404-277-0626. I live at 2865 Lenox Road on the 3rd floor of Le Chateau, and I hear the racing a lot on Lenox Road, and it's frightening, and it's just not good. We walk up and down there all the time with the sidewalks and trying to cross over with the lights, and just very unnerving. So please help with that. And also, there's a homeless population growing under the Cheshire Bridge. They busted through that fence, and it's a serious concern, as well as the population near Sydney Markets and the Buford Highway. They're up underneath the bridges right there where it says welcome to Buckhead. So anyway, I hope that y'all can address that, maybe move them along, send them home or to distant places, or to some big abandoned parking lot or something. Anyway, it's kind of unnerving to see all these people that need shelter and need a better way. Anyway, thank you for your time, and I'm glad to live in Buckhead. I'm a 5th generation Atlantan, so anyway, 63 and just watching some things I hope can be corrected. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Mariah Deshpande, and I live on Morgan Street in the Old 4th Ward. And I definitely want to comment on the street racing. It is so out of control. All hours of the night do we hear cars racing up and down the in-town neighborhood streets. So it's loud, it's noisy, it's late at night, but worse than the noise is just the danger. Like when we were coming home the other day, we saw the aftermath of a 4-car wreck on Boulevard. And, it's only a matter of time before, more awful wrecks happen, before pedestrians going to get killed. Or, and I know in Midtown cars are being hit, cars along Piedmont. There's a lot of hit and run from all the racing. And so anyway, between parked cars getting smashed up, the racers hurting each other, and, potentially hurting pedestrians and neighbors, it just, I don't know. It seems like I'm not sure how it's been going on for so many months without it being called to a halt. Like, I would love to see aggressive ticketing. Or, you know what, I would also be open to things like if you were to put barriers or spikes in the road, and close the streets off, let neighbors know, hey, don't drive. We're taking aggressive measures to stop the street racing. I mean, there has to be some, methods that you guys could pull out to, keep these people from doing this. Let's do something. Let's damage their cars. I don't know. No, I guess that's not very kind. But anyway, it's really, really hard to hear the cars racing up and down. You know what? I would not drive anymore in the evenings. I don't think I would take my car out much past 10 o'clock because I would be afraid that I might get in the middle of one of these drag races. And, it used to just be late at night, but in the past few weeks, it started happening in the late afternoon and early evening. And that's super, super, super concerning because, that's when people are still out and about. Like, when it happens at 3 a.m., yeah, it's annoying, but probably they're not going to hurt anyone but themselves. But when, they're racing around the in-town neighborhood streets at 6:30 and 7, something catastrophic is going to happen. So anything you guys can do to shut this down will be very, very welcome. Thank you for listening to my comments. Again, this is Mariah Deshpande.
My name is Todd Terwilliger. My company, the Ardent Companies, own several commercial real estate assets on Piedmont Road, Lenox Road, and 17th Street. And our office and retail properties. And we have serious concerns about the lack of effort to stop the street racing, the water boys. We hear the police's hands are tied, and it's starting to affect the confidence of our tenants and their willingness to sign new leases and renew leases and stay in these locations. And they're starting to look outward. And we want something to be done. We need more enforcement. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adrienne C. Holmes, and I am calling concerning the amendment or whatever needs to happen concerning the car racing, dangerous car racing, loud car racing, because it's not only a danger to those who end up watching, but those who are driving. And I just don't understand when it's gotten to the point that people are being injured and dying, how we don't have a responsibility to protect not only those surrounding or affected, but those driving, because I'm just a common citizen, but isn't that what the law is intended to do, is to protect us? I have not been personally affected by this, but I have friends who have, and I cannot imagine anyone involved in this who has children or family or anyone who might be impacted cannot see do something with the lawlessness. It truly is overwhelming, and I hope that our council will take some action to correct this for our children at a minimum. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Joy Harty, and I live in North Buckhead. I'm calling to just express concern about the street racing that has been taking place numerous nights around all of Buckhead. Not only is the sound very, very disruptive when you're trying to have a family quiet night, but I also have two permitted learner drivers, two daughters that are 15 that are just learning to drive, and they're absolutely terrified to drive on Atlanta Street because it's just unsafe, and they're afraid that they're going to get hit by another car in their reckless driving. We just would appreciate, we stand behind our city council, we stand behind our police, and we encourage our police to have the ability to do what they need to do to bring down this drag racing and street racing within Atlanta. Thank you so very much. Bye-bye.
This is Lisa Glazeman. I'm in District 8 in the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to make a public comment regarding the street racing. We live quite centrally in the city of Atlanta in District 8. We have been up countless evenings with hearing the street racers, and now have, obviously there have been several deaths due to street racing, one of which just happened last evening on Saturday, October the 9th, I believe. And this has to stop. This has gotten out of control. City Council, you need to do something. The mayor needs to step up and do something. There are too many people getting hurt by this reckless behavior. It is time to do something. We are fed up. Fed up.
Hi, my name's Mike. I live in North Buckhead. I'm a voter, a resident of Atlanta for 20 plus years now. I've got children in middle school and high school and college out of state now. My wife and I are discussing a 5-year plan to leave the city once our last child has graduated high school. And the reason we feel this way is because of the increase in crime, the increase in a homeless population, the increase in just the smell of marijuana driving down Peachtree Street at any given day, night or day. It's just become a little bit of an outlaw version of the old Atlanta. Obviously, we're understaffed. I would like to see if Mayor Bottoms or the City Council has any sort of plans to increase public safety in and around Atlanta, not just Buckhead, but the whole city. I'd like to see if there's some sort of a plan, even if it requires emergency funds to bring in additional police officers. Something needs to happen. It's just gotten out of hand, and I already know that there's several people like me that have already bought houses out of town, that are selling their houses. Yes, property values still remain strong, but it's a lot of times there's people moving in without any idea of what's actually going on the ground here. I think that this should be issue number one. Street racers, obviously, is a problem. Crime in and around parking lots, parking decks. I can just pull up crime stats from just last night alone. 3 men were robbed at gunpoint less than a mile and a half from my house. It's just getting out of hand. People were shot last night, not far from my house. Please help us and address these issues. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Bice, and I live in historic Brookhaven. I hope that the Atlanta City Council will step up and do something about the lawlessness and the irrationality of what's going on Peachtree Road. It is absolutely a detriment to all of us who live in these communities, about the street racing, about the negative effects that the whole Buckhead area has been able to claim. Negative, lawless, absolutely dangerous. I have children. My children drive. I can't even conceive of any of them going across Peachtree Road at any hour of the day or night, because all of this is just happening at all hours of the day and night, and it has not been curbed. Please pay attention to what your city is doing and do something about the street racing. We are absolutely sick of it. Please take action immediately. Patricia Bice.
Hi, my name is Jamie. I'm a resident of District 7. I was calling because I want to leave my concerns about the street racing that has been occurring here in Atlanta. And now people are getting killed, it seems, almost every weekend, or extremely hurt in these incidents. People going the wrong way down Peachtree, drag racing others, and just causing loss of life, injury, loss of property. And this is just, it's completely out of hand. I mean, it's no secret to anyone in the country that Atlanta is just in shambles and that the violence here is just unprecedented. But, nothing continues to happen. And I understand that the city council can't just do everything and fix every problem. But as our elected officials, you need to do anything in your power that you can. I don't care if it's going on the news. I don't care if it's contacting the president. It's in federal troops here, but this is out of control. We cannot live like this. I have a baby. When we start our lives off together to get married, we imagine, being as a family together and getting to enjoy the fruits of our labor for years, and we can't even do that. I mean, we are stuck in our house. We can't do anything. We can't go out and see people. Even if the pandemic were to end tomorrow, we still couldn't because of all the violence, the racing, gunshots to our neighborhood, and these are confirmed gunshots. There have been shell casings found, numerous incidents in our neighborhood. This has got to end. I mean, I can't even believe that we have city council members worried about, like universal basic income and what they're doing in Brazil. When we have our own problems here, when this is turning into just a complete shambles. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Even in Europe, I have friends in Europe who come here. I know people who come here to Atlanta to do business, and guess what? They're not coming here anymore because they know what the city has turned into. They're not even flying into Atlanta anymore. They are opting to pay more to fly into places like Birmingham, Alabama, Charlotte, North Carolina, because they know how dangerous the city is. This is insane. Something has to be done. We are pleading with you and begging with you. I understand that you cannot do absolutely everything and there are other people at play here, but please use your power and influence to change those people's hearts and minds so we can have a safe place for our children and our community. I don't care what you have to do. Please do anything to bring attention to the violence of the drag racing that we are experiencing nonstop. I appreciate you listening to my concern, but I would appreciate it more if this comes to an end and we don't have to worry about getting killed just driving down our street on Sunday afternoon. Please act before more lives are lost. I appreciate.
Hi, my name is Greg Greenfield, and I live on Peachtree Road in Atlanta. City Council Public Safety Committee, I would urge you to drop everything and address the street racing scourge that is overtaking several of Atlanta's residential neighborhoods on a regular basis. Strong, effective action needs to be taken immediately and not studied. This illegal activity is threatening the safety and well-being of its residents and harming public property. There have been multiple innocent people killed and terrorized, including infants, and it is getting worse every weekend. Many of the street racers are coming from out of town for the express purpose of this activity. Many are armed. It is adversely affecting real estate values. The police are undermanned and need help. Perpetrators need serious repercussions, such as impoundment and not just traffic citations. Residents of Atlanta need help. Please help us.
Hi, this is Heather Metzler. I'm a resident of Buckhead, and I'm calling to express my concerns on the safety of the streets of our city with the racing and the race cars and the ATVs that are not street legal, that are riding up and down Peachtree. In particular, the racing, I can hear it from my home every night on 75. I can hear it pretty much all hours of the night. I actually took my family to the Whitley at 400 and Peachtree for a staycation back before COVID hit. And I was so mortified about the noise and the street racing I heard all night from that hotel, thinking about what people must think when they come visit Atlanta and they stay at the Whitley for a nice time in Atlanta, and they have to hear street racing up and down the highway, up and down Peachtree all night. You know, it's one thing for me to hear it in my home, but to think about people coming to town and hearing that is it's awful to think about. And I just think it's getting worse and worse. I mean, it just hasn't gotten any better. And I see donuts at every intersection right here, right outside my neighborhood at North Mill and Northside Parkway. There is donuts in the street, which is just heartbreaking. Anyway, I just wanted to express again my concern with the street racing and just the mayhem that happens up and down Peachtree, up and down 75, all hours of the night, pretty much every night of the week. I appreciate you listening, and I hope we can work together to get this resolved very fast. Thank you.
I am Brother Anthony Muhammad. I am a spiritual being having a human experience. I'm not a believer in Roman Catholic Church or basic Christianity. In your scriptures, the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, not one person was born from a woman's womb. I met you at a hotel. I said, I asked the members of the public sector and the committee panel, what are we going to do about this stunning manual operation? That services in our community that is lacking the benefit of constituency. There are wrongdoing in communities that is for the driver in that community. They do anytime and it's just overwhelmed. People are homeless. People are out of work. People have needs and resources. We exist and not being able to because the people fail just wait. Or asking what can be done. Stop this. Come on, done this. Stop this. I'm agreeable. I'm not help people. I'm a way to benefit them in a more common, just better way. And to help people that business with them, special to all the people that are enjoying cooking, the black people, the brown people, they're with the bill, the country. They have needs for the family. They have needs to find resources, money to sustain themselves and allow the people that have them. It's about a pandemic. But as the case to be more expensive, more than what we saw doing to rise in the streets. and really please to be significant to making sure that these people are not dealing with more physical force. But as a city, I ask the mayor, let's find resources to go into the community that are highly risk and have people to talk to the community, have community go share ideas, how we can improve the relationship among the constituents today. All this change, all this work is unnecessary today. Let's have a community where representing the continent wants the law of attraction for all elements of this that becomes the one. Let's come. You want to relevance, you want to have. So, city, you have the resources in this age, through the public safety, ways to improve relationships and the how we during this time. We should not want to just raise people, find ways to accommodate their needs by offering aid and support, and let the police be a hand, not a person of the hand. Thank you, brother. It's on my heart. Take care.
So my name is Elizabeth Robinson. I live on Peachtree, just north of Lenox, and I am hoping that you all will take some kind of action about this street racing and street noise. It wakes you up in the middle of the night. They have their radios on at, I don't know why they're not deaf. And it's just so scary and disruptive on a daily basis. Please enable the police force to do something. Thank you.
This is Lisa DiOrio, and I'm expressing my deepest concern to please do something about the street racing. We've had an 18-year-old young lady killed, an infant killed last night in Buckhead at Madison and Peachtree, 4-car wreck in which a pedestrian was killed. Just had another accident on 400 this afternoon, Sunday. Please do something. And that's legislation that applies stiff fines and penalties to these individuals who are clearly breaking the law. Clearly. Thank you so much.
My name is Walter Bell. I live in the Piedmont Heights neighborhood between Monroe and Piedmont. We've raised a family here, lived here 26 years, and love the neighborhood and love the city. The last year, the street racing and just general obnoxious noise of fireworks and gunshots has just gotten off the chain. We hear it not just weekends, but every night of the week, and have never heard gunshots here. It's a typical occurrence now. It seems that the members of the council or the administration or whoever is in charge are just totally ignoring this, and we feel like in fact, we're in the process of beginning to leave the city. And I don't think we're alone in that. But if you guys could find it in your hearts to help, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, this is Gail Wilhelm. I live at the Astoria in Buckhead, and I witness street racing almost every night. I either watch it out my windows or listen to it while trying to sleep. I've lived in Buckhead for over 20 years, and I walk my dog on these sidewalks, and it no longer feels safe. I'm also able to witness the staging area for the off-road vehicles that seem to take control of our streets, often on Sunday evenings, streets and sidewalks. Please do something to fix this. Thank you.
Yes, this is Karen Dover calling. I live in historic Brookhaven or North Buckhead, and I am so happy that you are addressing street racing. We've seen so much of it on Peachtree and Peachtree Dunwoody and 400. This used to be a quiet neighborhood, but every night, all night long, we hear the loud noise and know there's nothing safe going on. This needs to be stopped. The cars need to be impounded. The perpetrators need to be arrested, and the penalties need to be stiff. I hope that you agree and will come to some sort of conclusion that cleans up this mess. Many thanks.
Hello, this is Amber Winter, and I'm a resident of the Peachtree Midtown Buckhead community. And I wanted to ask the City Council to take some sort of quick and swift action towards the drag racing, the street racing, the excessive speeding, regardless of the hour of day. It could be morning, noon, late at night, early morning, it doesn't matter. The street racing, the speeding, and all of that needs to stop in Buckhead. I don't know if speed barriers would help at all, or a higher cop presence, but the crimes and the shootings and different things like that, all of that has got to stop. The property values in Buckhead are absolutely plummeting. No one feels safe in this community anymore, and it's pretty bad whenever you want to utilize and support the local businesses, but that you're terrified to get on the roads or walk on the sidewalks because they're fearful of safety. So the drag racing and stuff, I really hope that you guys can take care of pretty swiftly, and we appreciate it on behalf of the Midtown and Buckhead community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tatiana Scarborough, and first I'd like to tell you I know that this is a very difficult situation. I'm referring to the street racing, not only the safety aspect of it, but the noise aspect. Noise pollution is very harmful to our health, not as harmful as the dangers of getting hit by a car. I would just like you all to take this under consideration, and I think that perhaps the only way we're going to get a handle on this is to get the state involved. Perhaps we could add noise checks, decibel checks on cars at the same time that we have them checked for emissions. Don't want to waste your time. Again, thank you for the efforts that some of you are making. They're much appreciated, but we need to get a handle on this. I live on 85, and it's almost constant. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Hello, this is Cecilia Crofton. I live at the Village at Lenox Park. First, I would like to thank you very much for allowing us to give a public comment. I'm calling about the street racing that goes on Lenox Park Boulevard, particularly in the middle of the night. Our house that we have lived in for 30 years is the back of the house faces Lenox Park, and it has become a huge issue both day and night. It's very disturbing to hear that in the nighttime, and it goes on almost every night now, and you can hear cars racing around there. I'm concerned about the safety of pedestrians and walkers, pedestrians and people trying to get across the crosswalk during the day. We have people that are going way over the speed limit, but predominantly in the evenings and at night. It's been a big concern because we're trying to sell our house right now, and it's something that has been an issue, the fact that people have heard about it and that we back up to Lenox Park Boulevard. So anything you could do to help curb this would be greatly appreciated. And I know that a number of our neighbors absolutely feel the same way. Thank you for this opportunity to express our views. We hope you can do something about it. We've seen it on Peachtree too, but Lenox Park Boulevard directly impacts us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is Adrienne Zabel, and I am calling to encourage more law and order in Atlanta and Buckhead. The drag racing, the crimes, the car stealing, the absolute and total turning a blind eye to these criminals has got to change. Please enforce more law and order. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Allison Valente. I'm calling because I'm extremely concerned about how the city is handling the street racing. It is completely out of control. It's on public property and parking lots, grocery store parking lots in the middle of intersections. There have been injuries, fatalities. I mean, it's not safe not only for those who are driving the vehicles, and those people should, in fact,
have consequence, but it's certainly unsafe for innocent people who are not participating. I've lived in Atlanta for 23 years. The roads used to be heavily policed, especially in the Buckhead area where I live. I remember back in my early 20s when I would leave parties and clubs and whatnot, driving down Piedmont Peachtree and not being able to go an intersection without seeing a cop pulled with 3 cars pulled over on the side of the road. DUI road traps, roadblocks, noise ordinances, no cruising, certainly no speeding, i.e. no speeding 90 miles an hour down Peachtree Road in at any hour of the day possible. Really disappointed in this administration and how they've handled such a promising city and the work that its predecessors have put in to create such a city full of potential and diversity and inclusivity. And I'm actually pretty embarrassed for the state that it's in right now and the overall level of lawlessness that pervades every neighborhood. It's not fair to anybody. Thank you.
This is Alex Reuter. I want to comment about the street racing problem that we have in Atlanta. Being the father of 2 16-year-olds and a lot of their friends, it has gotten to a point to where we are prisoners in our own city. We cannot let our kids drive after 8 p.m. We cannot go to Buckhead or Midtown after 9 p.m. on weekends, sometimes on even weekdays. It is absolutely essential that the city council does something with actual meaning to get rid of these racers and discourage it and punish the people that participate in this unlawful, criminal, very dangerous activity before more people die. What is it going to take? We just had a death. What more is it going to take? Do you need more deaths? Do you need more property damage? Do you need more little kids dying, pedestrians dying, cars dying? It's time to take action. No more talking about this. No more slaps on the wrist. You have to take this seriously. You have to protect the city because that is what your job is. Thank you very much for listening.
Hi, this is Trisha Elvey, and I live in Buckhead, and I vote, and I pay taxes, and the lawlessness in this city is out of control, and it's your job to maintain law and order in our city, and you are not doing your job. The street racing is out of control. It's endangering the citizens of Atlanta. We were just on 400 and witnessed a Maserati and a Charger going about 100 miles an hour down 400. It's dangerous. It caused an accident. From what I understand, there was a death over the weekend from some people street racing. And the fact that you are not addressing this and allowing our police force to address this is unacceptable. If we were doing that, you would arrest us. You would stop us. And we would stop. If we had a police person after us, if we were going 90 miles an hour, we would stop. And you would arrest us, but you're not arresting these other people. You need to do something about this.
Yes, my name is Liz Schultz. I live inside the city of Atlanta. I've been there for 25 years. I am horrified by what I see going on in my city. Since May, the street racing, the carjacking, the creepers, the broken in businesses and cars at night, the armed robberies, the people, the boys selling water on the corner, the amount of guns, the cars racing around Atlanta at all hours of the day and night. The trickle-down effect of this is not going to be a good outcome for us. We don't go out of our house of fear for the most part, especially at night. Therefore, we are not spending our money at malls, at restaurants, at the different businesses that are hurting already because of what's happening in the world. These businesses are ultimately, our taxes are going to suffer immensely. Therefore, our city is going to suffer even more. And this will decline and businesses will close and people will leave. And also, large businesses, corporations, other investors, they're not going to want to come to Atlanta, especially when they see what's happening. It is a large spiral effect that is happening, and it's taking us down. And if we don't get control, we are in big trouble. I think we're already headed that way. And the fact that our city government does not support the police, they don't put these people in jail, they're allowed to talk. It is really a huge problem, and it's very scary. I really hope that our state legislatures and our city council and ultimately our mayor can take these things extremely seriously and do the choices that are needed to make our city safe again. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. I'm Anita Barone, and I live in Atlanta, area code 30327. I do not understand and constantly question, along with the majority of the neighbors in our community, why the city council, the mayor's office, public safety cannot get these street racers and this activity under control. The reports that are constantly going on that cause harm and endangerment, and the lack of backing of our Atlanta Police Department is extremely disturbing. Please, I ask you all to do your very best, as we have faith in those that we have put in office, to protect those of us that are in your community, and our children and everyone that's out there. Please do your jobs wisely and prudently and quickly. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Susan Rett. I live right off Peachtree on Vermont Road 3718, and the street racing is out of control. Something has got to be done. I don't know where the police are, who's warranting, who's allowing this, but it is a risk to us trying to pull out on Peachtree, to people on Peachtree, and then in Atlanta. It's just an abomination. We need help, and we need it immediately. Appreciate anything you can do to help with this situation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick Hamilton. I'd like to encourage the city to adopt some laws regarding really loud cars, what I call a plainly audible noise law. That is to say, if a noise is plainly audible by to a police person from 100 yards away during certain hours, then that should be considered a violation. My phone is 404-405-6992 if you have any questions. Thank you very much. Ma'am.
Yes, my name is George Boltwood. I live in historic Brookhaven, Carter Drive. I'm calling to complain about the late night street racing that's taking place up and down Peachtree Street and other neighborhoods in and around Brookhaven. This is against the law, should be stopped. Those that are perpetrating these crimes should be arrested and prosecuted. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sherry Lisenby. I live in the city limits of Atlanta, and I am calling to express my extreme concern over the safety of all the street racing and the meetups that have been happening all around Buckhead. I personally have a teenage driver, and I'm about to have a second teenage driver, and I'm terrified for them to be out on the roads. Not only for my husband and I, but obviously my children. And I would say, it happens so late at night that it's not a concern, but unfortunately, it happens at all hours. Worse at night. As I lay in bed, I can hear it every night. But,
become such a problem. It's completely out of control. I'm hoping that the city will take a harder line at this and try to keep the citizens safe who are just trying to go about their day and try to commute one place to the next. Thank you very much for your time. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is John Rett, and I live on Vermont Road, about 100 yards off of Peachtree Road. And I am concerned and afraid of the street racing that has been going on. Sometimes it's hard to pull out in front into Peachtree because of the speed of the cars going through there. I live close enough that I can hear it, and it happens at all times during the day and night, and there just doesn't seem to be any accountability or anything being done about it. So please address this, as I think it is a safety concern and reflects poorly on our city. Thank you.
Yes, this is Marilyn Cassis. I'm calling about the street racing, the altered mufflers that are making so much noise, waking us up at 1:30, 2:30 in the morning on their way through Buckhead and Peachtree. I also noticed the water boys must be back, so I've noticed a shopping cart full of the debris from the bottled water. And Buckhead has just become a scary place, and I try to go to other parts of town, although I live right almost in the heart of Buckhead. Just wanted mainly to say hope it'll get better, and the street racing and other problems and crime will get better. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Tabitha Rautenstrauch, and I'm a resident of Buckhead, Atlanta. I am extremely concerned about the street racing and the vehicles that are going in and out of cars on the interstate besides the street racing. So there's two issues here. One is during the day, cars zooming between and weaving in and out of cars on the interstate, as well as in the evenings when the cars are going to parking lots and doing racing and wheelies and that type of thing. I'm extremely concerned. It's putting people at risk, and I work at Piedmont, Atlanta, and I deal with people with head injuries and multiple trauma, and do not want to be seeing this continue. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Nymark, and I'm calling to please beg you guys to do something about street racing. The fact that these people can still keep going around with their cars and keep organizing, not only should be penalized, but their cars should be impounded, and the fees should be high. And I know that there are talks about building maybe a street racing venue, but that should come out of all the fees and fines from all the cars that you guys impounded. And you should be able to chase, and you should be able to use GPS towards this type of events. You have to stop it. People are dying. It's scary to even take the trash out in the street. Please do something about it.
Hi, this is Nancy Pendergast, and my concern today is the street racers. I was awoken in the middle of the night the other night and had all kinds of entertainment, including the donuts that were going on. Had to have been over 100 cars in a parking lot. So I'm thankful they were in the parking lot and not on the street. But and then there were fireworks, and probably took the police well over 20 minutes to get here. I know they just told them to disband. Again, I'm thankful they were in a parking lot and not on the street, but then the ones who had left before the police arrived were racing up and down on Ponce de Leon. So I guess this needs to stop, and I don't know, maybe they can go to the Atlanta Motor Speedway or something and get their fun that way, but I'm so concerned about, and we have a fair number of homeless in this area, that somebody could easily be hit and killed on these nights. So thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
This is Marilyn Crone. I live in the Chastain Park area of West Wayuga. We are very, very concerned with the street racers and the water boys. Just this past day or two, I see two people, I think two people were killed. This has gotten to be totally out of hand. I don't know if we need state help, but it doesn't seem like certain things are being taken care of. And I know you're discussing it, so please have some solutions, because I am personally now not coming to Atlanta very often because I'm afraid of crime. It's gotten too out of hand. So I would like to come back to my home in Atlanta, but until something changes, I'm not sure about that. So please address this. It's very important.
This is Jackie Knott, and I am a citizen of Atlanta. And the crime situation due to the street racers and these people doing donuts late at night on the weekend is completely unacceptable. I don't feel comfortable driving around my home area, the city. I have moved some of my business either online or further north where there is less of a problem. This problem needs to be addressed, and I've lived in Atlanta almost 25 years, and I'm shocked that this is the state of the city that we live in, because this is complete lawlessness and unacceptable. I do not understand why this hasn't been addressed and isn't being addressed, because it is a very, very serious situation. And again, people are not going to be doing business in Buckhead. People are not going to be driving to Buckhead to go to dinner, to support the local businesses, because there is no way to feel comfortable on Roswell Road, on Peachtree Road, on Piedmont, the whole area, the Lenox Mall. Forget about that. I don't know anyone who goes to the Lenox Mall. They might as well close that, because no one is able to go shopping there anymore. People have to go to North Point in Alpharetta, or, as I said, just shop online, which is a shame, because our local economy is being extremely hampered by the whole situation.
Hi, this is Kim Jones, and I'm calling concerning the street racing. It's gotten out of hand and out of control, and there needs to be something done. I think that you guys need to start shutting down roads or whatever. Too many people are dying and losing their lives, and it's just way out of control, and it's an unnecessary thing for the beautiful city of Atlanta. I love my city, and I am very concerned about all of the safety issues that is going on in Buckhead and beyond. It's just everything's out of control, and it needs to come and get back into control. And I hope during the elections you guys start to do something and think ahead, like curfews and everything else, and get this under control, because it's not. Thanks, and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
This is Jack Heisel of Brookwood Hills. I'm very distressed about all the street racing. I think it's a shame for our city and the residents. And I was born here, and it's just a shame what is happening now. Please see about something is done. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Stanley Thompson. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. And after the recent events where an innocent pedestrian was killed by street racers, I believe it's time for our mayor, Lance Bottoms, and each member of the city council to publicly come out in positive support for our Atlanta City Police, so they can be more effective in combating this street racing, which needs to be stopped and needs to be stopped now. Thank you.
This is Greg Pope, 1886 River Forest Road. I'm calling to complain about the street racing and the lack of enforcement being done to stop it. I know there was an accident at a death last night. We're going to kill our city. We're certainly in that area. Anything north of Roswell Road on Peachtree, all the way throughout the Buckhead restaurant area, is going to severely hurt those restaurants. affected by the racers, and it's unexplainable why we don't have an extreme amount of police force down there arresting these people, because they're an easy target. So thank you very much.
I'm Lee Jordan, giving out the Spirit of Christ. Let them shout for joy and be glad that favor my righteous cause. Yea, let them say continually, let the Lord be magnified, which has pleasure in the prosperity of his servants. Psalms 36, chapter 27, verse. Rather, it is a plea for God's righteous judgment. God giveth wealth to build his righteous kingdom in us and us. Or deliver me from the enemy's hand, or redeem me from the hand of the mighty. Job 6, chapter 23, verse. When a person walks in fleshly authority, they seek to oppress. I ask God to redeem me and others. Gave my government oppression is an action to kill. When you seek to kill, you ask to be killed. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, is not of the Father, but is of the world. 1 John 2nd chapter 16 verse. World for John signifies the evil desire and sin so much a part of human existence. These actions causes people to kill one another. And my government comes in my house without my permission because of its lustful desire. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow, nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. Revelation 21st chapter, 4th verse. In the eternal state there will be no tears, death, sorrow, crying, or pain. The eternal state is everlasting life that Christ has promised for those who seek to please him. And this is my goal. Is it your goal? Want the power to make Christ happy by these actions that pleases him, that blesses us, to bless ourselves and others. Thank you and obey Jesus.
Hi, my name is Tom Waldron, and I live on Peachtree Road, and I just wanted to say that the abusive driving, the loud noise, the mufflers, the complete lawlessness is a major risk to the city, to its residents, and there is no reason that it should be tolerated. These people should be put in jail, and for all the damage they are causing with regard to noise and creating problems for residents and running risks that people out walking can be struck and killed by cars that are racing and going at ridiculous speeds. I think we must address this as Atlantans, and it cannot be ignored, and we ought to address it aggressively and put people in jail and stop the tremendous waste of taxpayer time and energy to solve a problem that has become very burdensome for everybody. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Curls, and I live on Peachtree Road. I've been a resident here for 18 years, and I want to complain about the street racers. It's just horrible. I know that everybody hears this, but it just seems like it's never ending. And all my neighbors were all just appalled at all this racing up and down Peachtree. We walk this, to Peachtree Battle. We walk over to the park. It's just so unsafe. And then I heard about some crash that happened last night where a pedestrian was struck and killed, and just it's sickening. Just wanted to leave you my comments, and I pray that things change. And I pray for all the police. They're trying to do their best.
Yes, hi, my name is Michael Hall. I'm calling in regards to the street racing on Peachtree. I understand there's a meeting tomorrow regarding it. I live on Peachtree near Piedmont Hospital, and it has been really, really bad. I know you guys are trying to address it. I appreciate your efforts, but we really need to get this in order, because it goes on a daily basis, not even just through the weekend. So it's very concerning, and I appreciate your attention to it. Thank you.
This is Deborah Koenig. I live in the 30309 area right near Piedmont Hospital. I am calling about street racing. I've watched it being organized in parking lots across the street from where I live and down the street from where I live. I've seen racing at 3 o'clock in the morning when the bars closed. The muffler sound alone has added a terrible, terrible quality of life to those who live in this city and Peachtree Street. I believe that any area near the hospital should be considered quiet zones. But now the street racing has become deadly. We know that it's killed at least 2 people. We've watched them be brazen enough to do circles in the Uncle Julio's parking lot in the middle of the day. And while we understand that the police department is very stretched right now, this is becoming an urgent matter. Thank you for any steps you can take in coordinating anything to stop this action. Thank you.
Hi, this is Tricia Williamson. I live in Ridgedale Park, which is directly off Peachtree at Roxborough, and we're the 5th house on Cantrell, and I cannot tell you how many times that during the day and in the evening we hear these racing cars back and forth on our street, and it worries me. I'm concerned about the danger involved, and it's just plain scary, and I think something needs to be done. I obviously understand you can't chase these guys, but you get their license plate number and you take away their car. It's real simple. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, this is Mark West. I'm calling in reference to the need to bring lawlessness to an end. The street racing, the lack of police presence is unacceptable in a civilized world. We need leadership. We need the council and the mayor's office to step up to plate, or we'll give away the city that so many have worked so hard to build. This is your time. Make a difference.
I'm a resident of Peachtree Hills, and I'm calling to ask to take measures to stop street racing. Every night there are cars that race up and down Lindbergh. Here in Peachtree, on Peachtree Road and Piedmont Road. Recently there has been car accidents, people losing their lives, and it seems that there is absolutely nothing being done about it, and it's getting worse. I pay taxes here, pay a lot of taxes here to live here, and I find myself calling this line a lot now lately, and I would love to have a government that would actually listen to its people and actually be safe. I have a 16-month-old daughter that my wife takes back and forth to school on Peachtree Road, and I would like to not think that they might be hit by a car that's going over 100 miles per hour. Thank you.
Hi, this is Tricia Williamson again. I forgot to mention the fact that living in Buckhead, I don't really feel anywhere close to as safe as I used to feel. Whether it's daytime or nighttime, I feel like I'm constantly having to look around the parking lot or look over my shoulder or make sure my doors are locked and my purse is under my feet. Just commenting again on the seemingly huge increase in crime in Buckhead, and we would love to have this addressed. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey McQuitty. I am a resident of Ansley Park and a business owner and property owner in Buckhead on Buckhead Avenue. And I'm just calling to express my deep concern about the street racing and as well ATVs and dirt bikes that are all over the city. I know you're aware of it, and it's a nationwide problem, but it's just I'm hoping that something can be done and that we can figure out how to hold people accountable and get the courts back open and like I say, hold people accountable. Please take this seriously and into consideration, as so many people I know are affected by this, whether it be residents up and down Peachtree Road and in Buckhead and Ansley, as well as general safety and well-being concerns. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Karen Senst. I am a citizen in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, and I would just like to express that I'm very concerned about my property value and concerned about the crime and the street racers and not feeling comfortable going into the shopping centers nearby. And I just wish there was something we could do about it. And I'm reaching out to you to see if you can help us all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
This is Jim Williamson. I'm in Ridgedale Park in Buckhead, and we are very close to Peachtree Road, as you know. And the racing, street racing, the speeding cars, the noise has gotten absolutely out of control, and we would really appreciate some help as far as controlling the dangerous environment that this is creating. I don't know why it's so difficult, but if someone could please get this under control, it would be great. And just general safety as a whole in Buckhead, there's cars going through. There's it's gotten really bad lately. Anyway, I appreciate your help. Thanks.
This is Dan Malloy. I live in Argonne Forest, and I'm calling to voice grave concern regarding all the street racing that's going on, both on the streets and also in parking lots, as well as shots fired this morning. I live, again, in Argonne Forest. I don't live on Peachtree. I live about 2 or 3 blocks from the governor's mansion, and I heard 3 shots fired this morning at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. Gunfire in a residential neighborhood in Atlanta. Can I say again how gravely concerned I am by that? Not to mention the street racing that takes place nearly every night. Fatalities are happening on a regular basis. What is the city of Atlanta doing about this? It is an embarrassment. It is dangerous, and I don't even know if I want to stay in this city. Pass it along. Thank you.
Yes, my name's William Wyatt, W-Y-A-T, and I'm calling about the street racers in the Buckhead area and pretty much throughout Atlanta. And my wife and I grew up in the city of Atlanta, and but my wife and I moved out to the suburbs for a while. We moved back to the city 3 years ago, and the crime and the street racing and just the conduct of these people, these pretty much thugs, are just making the roads and quality of life in the Buckhead area so unsafe. And I just never hear anything from city council, nor do I see them make any type of moves to combat this crime. And we are all for 3 years thinking about moving back out to the suburbs because the crime is so bad in the Buckhead area. I've never seen anything like this. I wish y'all could actually do something. We pay your salaries, and I just never hear anything. The water boys out on the streets continuously, the drag racing every night continuously, the people doing U-turns and running red lights and just breaking every law just continues in our city, and it needs to be stopped immediately if we want the city to grow and become a better place. Because right now, I believe the city of Atlanta is collapsing, going down the drain. So I wish that y'all could do something and let the public know what you're doing. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Deborah Fowler. Thank you all for your service. I'd like to call today regarding the street racing. It is out of control. It is constant. It's all hours of the day and night. And it is annoying. It's disruptive. It's too loud. And there needs to be some controls of law and order in place. It's very dangerous walking on the sidewalk when these cars are racing up and down. Secondly, the water boys are still out. APD has done a phenomenal job, but they're down in numbers. We need law and order. As a Buckhead resident for over 30 some odd years, it is frightening to live here. Tourists are running away from Buckhead. It's all over the news that this is not a safe place to live in Buckhead due to the water boys, the shooting, the car racing. It goes on and on and on. Please, I ask each and every one of you, if you would like to live in an environment like this and own property and hear this all day long, 7 days a week, and have potential accidents due to water boys dashing in and out of the streets, not being safe walking in your own neighborhood. Please, City Council, put yourself in the citizens that elected you in office in their shoes and do the right thing and place some law and order. Thank you.
Stephanie DeGarrity. The lawlessness of the street racing and the blocking of highways and streets needs to stop immediately. It is ruining our city. These illegal vehicles need to be impounded and destroyed. The city is derelict in their duty to provide safety and quiet enjoyment, especially when Peachtree is blocked by Piedmont Hospital and Shepherd's Hospital. The veterans being treated at Shepherd do not need to be subjected to the noise and chaos that these illegal street racers create. Thank you. I hope there's a solution quickly to solve this.
I am Shane Hornbuckle. I live in Atlanta, and my office and my company actually that I own is in Atlanta as well. We've been here for 90 years as a company, and I am very concerned. I have a daughter who's 16 who drives, but the racers and the drag racers and the chaos that's being allowed to happen in the city is very concerning to me. It has to end. We need to come up with a viable way of making it happen that is effective. It could be something as simple as allowing them to drag race at some place that's designated, or it could be more drastic as attacking this from the standpoint of enforcing the law. Because this is just unacceptable. And as a business owner, as a taxpayer, I have to demand that you guys put an end to this. Find some solution.
Hi, I am calling in regards to the drag racing going on and the wrecks it's causing there. I'm very concerned and would like to see an end to all that. It is arresting people and enforcing the law. Please consider this comment, take it seriously before other people get seriously hurt. You have been made aware of it, you do have knowledge of it, now it's time to do something about it. Again, before someone gets seriously hurt and killed. Thank you. My name is Kelly Park, and I'm calling to comment on the drag racing going on there and causing accidents. Calling to ask you to please put an end to that, start arresting people and enforcing the law. We almost got run over. Last time we were visiting in Atlanta, I was visiting our daughter, who lives right there in Buckhead, and again, we almost got ran off the road. I've been made aware of it, and if you do not do anything about it, you should be held accountable if someone gets killed. Please do something about that. Thank you.
Hello, this is Ellen Rose. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, Buckhead, 30309 zip code on Peachtree at 1820, and I'm calling to complain about the street racing, and it has been terrible. It happens many, many nights during the week. It keeps me and my family awake. It's very dangerous, and I feel like a prisoner in my own home, and I think something needs to be done about it immediately. Thank you.
Hello, this is Jennifer McCarthy, and I'm just calling to make a comment that I wish the city and the council would take the street racing and the crime that is happening around the Far Road corridor seriously. We have lived in Buckhead for over 20 years and don't even feel that we can at night walk out to all the great restaurants and stores that are around us because crime has gotten so out of control. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Michael Flynn, and I live at the corner of Peachtree Road and Peachtree Dunwoody Roads, and I have for about 5 years. And I am calling with regard to the unabated street racing that has been going on for far too long. And shame on the city for not getting things under control a long time ago. Now we got people dying. We've got brand new paved streets using taxpayer dollars that are already getting torn up, sidewalks getting destroyed, lives at stake, on and on and on. And the ineptness of the city to get things under control when there are existing laws that could easily be enforced is absolutely absurd. So I implore every single person who's responsible for this to actually take action now, or we're going to vote all of you out of office as soon as possible. Sick and tired of it. My house is actually on the market right now because of the ridiculousness. It's embarrassing when people from other cities come to Atlanta and say, why is this going on? We've got a small child whose life is in danger every single day because of this. So shame on you. All of you should be fired.
Elizabeth Irvin. I live in Atlanta, 2297 Delaware Drive. I am complaining about street racing. I have recently gone down and cooked dinner for the new recruits for the police. I'm disappointed in a mayor and how she is I've never seen her speak out on anything on TV. She has every opportunity to make everything right. She doesn't. So, again, the street racing, you can't go to either mall in Atlanta. No Phipps, no Lennox, and we're just trying to help the community and keep things going. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I am calling you on Sunday evening, October 11th, to express my concern about the increasing and ever dangerous road noise and racing of vehicles and drag racing and other dangerous stunt driving, particularly along Peachtree Street. I'm calling you from the South Buckhead area near Piedmont Hospital and have witnessed this firsthand for months and months and months. I've seen cars spin out of control. The noise is literally deafening. We're right next to a hospital, which one would expect to be a quiet zone. If any area was going to be enforced, you would expect it to be near a hospital. At any rate, I know that the city council, and I have no doubt that the police force, have lots of other issues, but I believe this has gotten out of control. I've heard recently that just north of me in Buckhead, that somebody was actually killed today. This has got to stop. Please pay the attention. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carol Brown. I'm in District 8. I'm calling to urge that you hold an emergency meeting in order to address the street racing that is now injuring and killing people. This is so unacceptable and needs to be addressed with some harsher penalties, with follow through. I realize the courts are closed, but people who are killing people need to be held accountable. Please hold an emergency meeting and come up with something that will actually have teeth to stop the drag racing, the speed racing, the riding down the road in the wrong lane. Invite Georgia State Patrol to come in and help. Invite the National Guard in to help, but do something. Even with the mayor in absentia, we need to do something. Please, please help us. I'm afraid to go out. I don't even know what else to say. I beg you to do something to stop this awful crime that is ending in tragedy for too many people, not to mention the property destruction and lost money, injuries that may be lifelong. It's too much. Please help. Thank you so much for listening.
Yes, I'm calling in regards to the council meeting on Monday, October 12th, 2020. I understand that there will be discussion about the illegal street racing that is currently taking place across our city. My name is Jason Warshaw, and I'm a resident of Atlanta in the Collier Hills neighborhood. I'm extremely concerned about the rise in street racing in my area, namely up and down Peachtree at the intersection of Collier near Piedmont Hospital. This has been going on for far too long with absolutely no end in sight. From what I can tell, it's well known where these individuals congregate, where they meet up, and to have to be kept awake at night after night by the noise, and then have to see the streets, which our tax dollars pay for, destroyed with tire marks, and then to hear that a pedestrian was killed and a 4-car accident was caused just a while ago is disturbing. And it's very disappointing to see very little done by the mayor and by our local public officials. And I understand that there may be some constraints with regard to statewide laws, but this needs to be handled decisively and soon. And this contributing to the overall lawlessness and shootings in Atlanta is completely unacceptable. This needs to be handled now. Thank you for your attention. And please take this matter very seriously because it's been going on, as I said, for far too long.
Rachel Farmer. As I pay my tax bill, I would certainly hope that you guys would do something in an effort to curb street racing and violence. I live in a neighborhood where we support off-duty police officers, and we just have done our membership campaign, and I just think it's ridiculous that the taxes that we pay, that you cannot do anything about the street racing and the crime. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, yes, I live right off Piedmont Road, and I was just calling to put in a complaint about street racing outside of my house. It's caused a lot of accidents near where I live, and it's a constant safety hazard. So, putting my complaint for that. Thanks so much. Bye.
Yes, Sharon Wilbur, 404-307-4888. I live at 3648 Peachtree Road Northeast. I am awoken nightly by drag racers up and down Peachtree 3 and 4 times a night. Something has to be done about this, not just for my sleep, but for the safety of others. Again, 404-307-4888, and I'm at 3648 Peachtree Road Northeast. If we would get rid of the 24-hour gas station in a residential area, this would help. It's the only place to get gas in our area in the middle of the night at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and they think it's cute spinning out racing up and down Peachtree. Get rid of the gas station after 10 o'clock at night, and that will help a lot of our issues. Thank you.
Rebecca O'Connor. I'm really worried about the drag racing, the donuts, the closing down of streets, especially in Buckhead and Midtown, and the illegal use of ATV and dirt bikes on our roads. These people are going way too fast, creating accidents and diversion, and I feel it's very, very dangerous. It's also after the time for noise ordinances, and it's not being policed by anyone. Please address this issue for us. Thank you.
Hi, yes, this is Nicole Farmer. I am calling in regards to the street racing that's been going around in the city of Atlanta, especially Buckhead. I really hope y'all try to do something to control this. It's absolutely horrible. It's such a noise pollution to all of us around, and we really, really want this to stop. Thank you.
Yes, my name is John Hiles. I live at 1820 Peachtree Street in the Brookwood condominium. I'd like to voice my concern about the constant racing of high-powered cars up and down Peachtree Street at all hours of the night and every single day of the week. I understand last night there was a pedestrian killed near Grandview in Peachtree as a result of this. It was a 4-car wreck. A pedestrian was killed. I don't believe this is the first time there's been a death due to street racing. It seems to me that the City Council has a very lax attitude towards this, and especially the mayor. I would really like to see stronger efforts to enforce the stopping of racing up and down Peachtree with these cars. The other issue is the noise level. And I don't know if the noise is coming from factory-installed mufflers or modified mufflers, but I do know that they are extremely loud, and they are constantly waking up people in our building all hours of the night, especially late at night on the weekends. And this should not be tolerated by the police, by the City Council, and by the mayor. Please start enforcing these laws. If there is a noise ordinance that needs to be strengthened or increased, it needs to be looked into, because the noise levels are out of control. It's more constant than the racing, because these cars will create a ridiculous amount of noise even when they're not racing. Thank you. I hope you pay close attention to this and would start enforcing the laws.
Hello, this is James Sanders. I'm a citizen of the city of Atlanta, and importantly, a tax-paying citizen. I'm calling to comment on the rather crazy amount of seemingly lawlessness going on the streets of, I live in 30309, right on Peachtree, 1820 Peachtree, and that's at Collier Road in Peachtree. And the evening drag racing, but importantly also the obnoxiously loud mufflers from cars, but also motorcycles. It just seems to me that we spend an entirely inordinate amount of time stopping law-abiding citizens for slow going through a stop sign or what have you. And meanwhile, something much more detrimental to the peacefulness and harmony of the community, like drag racing, crazy loud mufflers, motorcycles riding up and down on the wrong side of the street, through red lights. So I just encourage the City Council to act quickly to get the city back. Or we'll have people like myself who are going to vacate and leave you with no tax base and absolutely no citizens who care about this community. Feel free to call me, James Sanders, 404-441-3800.
Hey, this is Chris Watkins. I was just calling in about the city. Lived here for almost 30 years now, and I love this city. but it's out of control right now. We can't sleep at night. Don't feel safe. It's just I have friends coming in from Texas tomorrow, and it's a little embarrassing. So just wanted to report. I know we had an accident for the street racing. We knew it was going to happen, so please help us and shut it down.
Greetings to you, council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, monitoring your government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. The Atlanta Planning Advisory Board meets this coming Saturday at 10 o'clock a.m. Chris Brown, Chair of the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board's Public Safety Committee, is compiling a list of all the public safety committees within the various neighborhood planning units. Chris Brown will find no public safety committee within neighborhood planning unit R, other than the perennial and secretive Land Use and Zoning Committee. The NPUR9 permits no NPUR committees. In Neighborhood Planning Unit R, the NPUR9, posing as leaders, not only are not taking any action on behalf of the citizenry, but are doing whatever they can to keep NPUR meetings small and confined so they can continue to perpetuate themselves in office and control lives and circumstances of residents in those portions of Council Districts 11 and 12 that fall within NPUR. If ever there were a group whose antics need to be challenged, I give you the NPUR9 in the person of Antonita Robinson, Wallace Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Alvis White, Renette L. Scott, Allison Hathaway, Sherry Williams, and their NPUR9 cohorts.
Hi, this is Diane Hiles. I am calling to talk about the terrible accident that happened this weekend and the loss of life and the other losses of life with all the streetcar racing and the noise that keeps everyone up, and that we need for the city to start doing something about it. If the mayor doesn't, at least the city council can hold the mayor accountable, because she won't listen to us. And people are moving and by the flocks out of the city, and I don't want to move. I was born and raised here, and I really beg y'all to do your job and get this under control. We need more policemen. We need to not tie their hands. They need to be able to do their jobs without fear.
Yes, this is Ann McKillips, and I'm at the Meridian Buckhead in Howard Shook's district, and I would ask and plead with the Public Safety Committee to please address the street racing and loud car noise at night. It is my request that we, as citizens of Atlanta, be allowed to enjoy life and a quiet night of sleep. Not to mention the safety of being able to just walk our pets or go for an evening walk. It is not safe to do these simple, perceived joys of life. As the individuals responsible for the public safety of Atlanta citizens, it is your responsibility to protect us. With the increase in street racing and the organization sponsoring this, something must be done. Thank you. Ann McKillips, Meridian Buckhead, Atlanta. Thank you.
My name is Valerie Krause. I am leading this message in specific to the street racing that is happening in Atlanta. I understand you have a call tomorrow to address what happened on Grandview and Peachtree with the loss of a pedestrian life. I'm calling to plead with all of you to do everything in your power to stop the lawlessness that is manifesting itself in this city, evidenced by, not in the least of which, is costing human lives. You must do what you were elected to do, and that is to provide adequate support to stop the crimes that are being committed in this city. If the incumbent politicians that are currently in office are unwilling to do so, we, the citizens, will organize the vote to replace all of you. Thank you.
This is Jody Selby. I am a 33-year City of Atlanta resident. I have lived in Buckhead and Brookhaven, and the past 6 to 9 months have been a complete and total nightmare with the lawlessness that's been going on, not just in Buckhead and Brookhaven, but everywhere around the City of Atlanta. It is high time that these street racers get pulled off the street, get thrown in jail. They are causing death and destruction throughout Atlanta. And as a business person, our businesses have started taking notice, and they are now choosing to move outside the City of Atlanta, and we will be Detroit before it's all over. We need our leaders, both the mayor and the city council people, to get tough on these street racers. If we have to hire additional policemen from outside the City of Atlanta for every night of the week until this is gone, then we need to do that. But right now, I'm paying extraordinary amount of taxes, and I'm getting no representation. So please take this as a warning that the people of Buckhead are tired of this, and we need action. Thank you.
Yes, this is Mitzi Lau, L-A-U. I'm a 35-year resident of the City of Atlanta. And the $1,000 fund that City Council recently passed is great, but the cars need to be impounded for at least a week, and the racers, organizers, and spectators need to be fined from the racing. If I can find the organizer's post, then so can the police. What about an undercover cop at these events to help with the arrest before the patrol cars arrive and people start to scatter? Also, the City Council needs to revisit their legislation to decrease penalties for marijuana possession. If I drive on our streets after drinking multiple glasses of wine or have alcohol in my car, I can be arrested for DUI. When people are arrested for street racing, we need to have an ordinance, again, where their cars can be taken away and impounded for a period of at least a week. Again, I appreciate your efforts about the street racing, but again, the Atlanta police need to be given a free hand when arresting these individuals, and instead of only relying on the Georgia State Police. Again, thank you, and it's Mitzi Lau.
Melanie Walker. I live at Meridian Buckhead, high-rise that faces Lenox Road, and for years now we have been dealing with the little street racers and disruption of just noisy vehicles and motorcycles in general. There is just such a diminished quality in our lifestyle now with not being able to watch your television at night, and definitely several times a week not being able to go to bed and go to sleep in your own home. As a kindergarten teacher that gets up at 6 o'clock every day or before that, often there are a couple times a week where I'm not in the bed until 2 o'clock due to the noise level. And I think as we have continued to let this get out of hand in Atlanta, the young people have become emboldened to now that it's morning, noon, and night that you can hear the little racers and the disruption. And where it used to be maybe Saturday night, it is often 3 and 4 times a week. I just hate to see this. I'm a native Atlantan, and I think this as we let this continue to get out of hand, as it has, it emboldens young people to further bad behavior. And I think we saw that at the end of May when it resulted in looting, burning, and destroying many businesses in our city. And I just don't want to be a part of that, and I'm very frustrated that it has not been taken care of.
I went in person to the Buckhead Neighborhood Council meeting, the last in-person meeting before COVID struck in March, and I voiced my concern, and I was quickly dismissed. So I do hope this is taken seriously because it is an ongoing problem in Buckhead and throughout Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you all. That was our last comment. So we will proceed with our agenda. We don't have any presentations today other than the fact that we will have Chief Bryant, Interim Police Chief Rodney Bryant, to come and talk to us about the street racing enforcement and what is happening with that. As you all saw, the last hour and a half or more has been nothing but people, the communities, residents being very upset over street racing. One of the things we asked them to do as they come today was to bring us data and stats in terms of mapping out where the street racing is, looking at how many people they've arrested, what is going on with that. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Chief Bryant. Chief Bryant, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
All right, how are you? And I want my colleagues that we've sent a document. If you go in your emails and look, we have a document that we've sent out with attachments on possibly some of the presentation he's going to be doing today. So we'll let Chief Bryant proceed in terms of his discussion. And Chief Bryant, as I said, you've heard the comments for the last hour or more that people are just extremely upset. And I would say in the last week or so in my community, I've had the same thing. I've called 911, I've called Peak, I've called several people. So it's all over the city. So let's see what you have to bring to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And thanks to the entire council for this opportunity to present our position as it relates to what we're seeing as it relates to street racing. Currently, we're seeing street racing, as you stated, throughout the city. It is much more concentrated in the downtown, midtown space, and then in the Buckhead space as well. What we are continuing to do is address it. Most of our calls continue to come through 911, and then our additional responses are from what we're getting from our camera systems as well as what officers are responding to as well. I'll go ahead and go through our enforcement as we have had up year to date. Since we've been seeing street racing this entire year, the warmer it has gotten, the more people have gotten out on the street, the more street racing we have seen. We've had a total of 494 individuals actually charged year to date as it relates to street racing. So these charges are anywhere from racing on our highways and streets to lane drag, reckless driving, giving us a total of 494. We saw the greatest impact in right before the civil unrest that we had in the city. So the events that our enforcement was greatest in May, and then we had to really redirect our resources as we had to deal with the civil unrest. As those numbers came down, we were able to concentrate more on enforcement, picking back up in August and in September. So those numbers are starting. Our enforcement efforts are improving as it relates to what we're able to do there. Our enforcement numbers are in line with where we are receiving the greatest complaints, which is in the Zone 2 Buckhead area and then our Zone 5 Midtown area. Then Zone 6 and 3 will be the additional areas where we're seeing the greater numbers. But as you stated, we're seeing it throughout the city. If you're looking at the graph, everywhere that in Zone 2, you will see the greatest number, which is 100. We've had 126 incidences and enforcements there. Zone 5, 91, Zone 6, 60, Zone 3, 70, Zone 6, 61, Zone 1, 46. So,
now, Chief, is this on the report that we have, or is this another report you're reading from?
This should be the report you have.
Okay, so that's the one on, so there were two PowerPoints. Okay, so this is the one on the record slide, and where you have the maps and all of the different things.
Absolutely. So
I don't know if my colleagues have it, but I just want to make sure that we're all looking at the same thing.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
And, what the maps dictate is just, it's color coordinated into the areas that you're seeing the greatest impact, red clearly being the most significant areas that we're getting complaints and having an enforcement, and then the lighter the colors. We're having issues there as well, but not as much as you would in the other areas. And then additionally, you will have a heat map indicate those areas as well. And then you have the violations by month. Again, I've spoken about us writing upwards of almost 500 citations as it relates to this street racing. But with the courts being closed, we just don't, these individuals just haven't had their day in court or in whatever penalties may address their negative action. Additionally, we've been tracking this as it relates to us receiving our 911 calls using keywords such as lane drags and donuts to be able to monitor how many calls are coming in. Once we did our we did our PSA on folks giving us calls to help us out with this, we saw the numbers dramatically increase. What we are working on being able to do is decipher exactly how many calls, even though we're getting a lot of calls many times because of the areas, being that they're in downtown and Buckhead spaces where they have condominiums and high-rises, multiple people are calling in, so the numbers are actually a bit inflated, but we are addressing those areas as well. Our strategy has changed some as of this week, and we continue to believe that this effort will be very beneficial for us. What we're doing now is going into the areas that we clearly recognize are the favorite spots for some of these drag races and these speedsters. And what we do is put out a contingent of people in those areas to be very proactive as it relates to enforcement in the area. Over the weekend, we utilized that strategy, and we were able to write over 202 citations with a total of 255 traffic stops. This strategy we'll continue to utilize and hope that it will change the trajectory of what we're seeing. We did not have our partners on hand as it relates to the Georgia State Patrol for the past 2 weeks, but they have been a strong partner. We anticipate that they will be back in partnership with us as it relates to the next coming week, and we'll see a more significant impact as it relates to what we're seeing around street racing. So right now, the biggest challenge, and I'm certain that once the courts get back online and true punishment as well as measures can be laid out for individuals to be penalized for their traffic citations, we'll see significant reductions as well. And then I think it's important that I make the correction. I know a number of people are questioning the incident that happened over the weekend as it relates to the pedestrian being killed. That individual, we have no indication in our investigation currently that was a street racing incident. That case is still being investigated, but I think we're confident at this point that it was not related to street racing, and we thought that it was important that we put that information out. Any other questions for me, ma'am?
I do have a couple. Now, we know that there's concentrated areas where it's a lot more in terms of what you're saying up in Buckhead and the Midtown areas. But let me ask you, in terms of your deployment, how are you, so they may be over here or there may be a series of folks in different places. Is there a strategy for every zone to actually make sure that there is a plan that if they're in one area to another area, or is this a concentration of one regiment of police officers? Because I know when I've called a couple of times, I have not seen all this. Of course, what happens in some of my quarters, like Metropolitan Parkway, is they'll fly down the street, and by the time you call, they're gone. And then maybe another hour they come back down the street. So when you're calling, by the time the police get there, they're gone. But to be honest with you, when I called this past week, I never saw police officers. I don't know what that means. But that's my question, is when you're calling, where is this in terms of a category or priority in terms of police officers actually coming out? And is there a plan for every zone to address this? I noticed you all saying your concentration is in Midtown and other areas. Well, what is the plan for every zone? How is that being addressed?
So, ma'am, first, even though what we're actually able to determine is many people are calling in, even when it's an individual speeding that have these loud mufflers, they call it in as a street racing because an individual is speeding. And that makes it changes our ability to respond to the actual street racing, the people that are actually participating in some level of contest or display. There's a strategy for that, and those strategies are for the areas that we continue to see those incidences occur. That's based on call volume as well as actual individuals, our officers responding and seeing an incident occur. We're responding. If you call 911, we are responding. And if we have a situation when an officer is responding, by all means, I would want you to give us a call, at least get a supervisor out so we can find out why that didn't occur. But as it relates to the most problematic areas, that's where our tactics are. In the areas that we see it pop up, we're allowing the zones to handle those incidences at the zone level. But for the most prolific incidences, we have an actual strategy and a team of individuals that can move, not just from Buckhead to Midtown, but to any areas that we are continuing to see that problem exists.
Okay, thank you. We have a list of council members who have questions. We'll start with Mr. Faroki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Bryant. I have two questions. One is thank you for the report and for the heat map, which indicated you were saying the call ahead the center of activity is kind of the center of the city, Midtown, downtown, and surrounds. One of the things I asked 2 weeks ago was related to
Mr. Faroki, you're kind of hollow. I don't know if you can reposition your phone so we can hear you a little better.
Is this better?
Oh, that's much better.
Okay, let me start over then. Thank you, Chief Bryant, for the report. I think the heat map is helpful. I know that helps drive where you allocate resources throughout the city, and I know it's been a bit of a game of cat and mouse. Two questions. So first is, I asked a couple weeks ago regarding whether there have been any citations for the state statute, the state code on loud exhaust or loud exhaust, which I think is what I understand, OCGA 40-8-71. I didn't see any citations for that in the report. I'm curious if the department has been issuing any citations with respect to that or not. I mean, I've said to residents while the street racing is dangerous and needs to stop, if it was a bunch of Teslas running around town, you didn't hear it, I think safety issues aside on the street, the complaints would be far less because the noise is a really big problem for folks. And I'm just curious if there's been any effort to try and enforce or cite under that state statute.
Absolutely. So I did. We only had one equipment violation as it relates to the citations written under that statute. I've talked to the teams that say to make sure that we are actually targeting that as well. But over the weekend, we did not write any of those citations other than the one that I'm seeing in my report for one equipment violation.
Okay. Yeah, I would just, my sense for my residents, and I've been hearing nonstop for 4 months now, that, the street racing itself is incredibly dangerous and needs to be curbed, but the noise is equally frustrating. And if you all can start to cite where appropriate, I realize there's, someone has to be in violation of it to cite for it, but as long as we're looking out for it, I think it gives me some peace of mind. And I realize there may be some state legislative action that also needs tweaking in order to strengthen that part of the code. And we can ask our legislative team through the administration to raise that issue at the state legislature. The second question is simply, what do you need from, if anything, from the city to better address this?
I've had conversations with the courts. I know that they're coming back online. I think once we get the courts back on, we will see the penalties assessed against the individuals that we have cited. I think that we will see some level of reduction, because that will have an impact on what's occurring right now.
Okay. And I lied. One more question. So this weekend, it seemed, at least in Midtown and surrounding areas, to be a little bit better than previous weekends. My gut tells me that's because it was raining most of the weekend. I'm curious if you have any reflections on this weekend as compared to previous weekends.
Absolutely. But again, we deployed a different strategy, being utilizing the resources that we have, putting them in the areas that we had anticipated them to be in, having a more proactive measure. I think that did help. We did still see some events out again, and I think that we deploy that same tactic going forward, and then having the Georgia State Patrol strong partnership. I think that we'll continue to see some benefit to using this new strategy.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrosi. We next have Mr. Bond, and following Mr. Bond will be Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Bryant, for your presentation and making yourself available to the committee. I guess my first question is, if you could explain how you all are able, I guess, to catch these racers, given the fact that the city is reputed to have a no-chase policy. So how do you all actually apprehend these individuals? Or is this one of the offenses that you can pursue on?
I think, Council Member, we need to be clear that a regular traffic stop is not considered a pursuit. So if we make the traffic stop, we'll have the ability to get an individual without them running, then we write a citation like any other traffic citation. But in partnership with Georgia State Patrol, who does have the ability to chase, they will carry out that part of the tactic if necessary.
Okay. And so to kind of follow up on that, what is the level of charges? Are these municipal charges that are being written, or are they regular state charges, or is it a mix?
They're all traffic state charges.
So which facility, if there's arrest, are they being taken to? Are they being taken to what remains of our facility, or are they being taken to Fulton County?
Yes, on a traffic offense, they would go to our facility.
So these individuals are, because of no cash bail, probably getting right back out within hours after being arrested.
Well, it depends on the actual charge, but so we can't say that all of them are getting right back out, but again, under most traffic offenses, they aren't jailable offense. So many of the charges would be the exact same charge that if we stopped any other citizen, they would be charged with the same thing and given a copy of charges.
Oh, okay. Well, going forward in the future, I know that there might be legislation before us, and of course the author let this speak for himself. How important is it having the State Patrol as a partner to resolve these issues?
We utilize the State Patrol quite frequently. They're a significant partner in helping us address this. The more resources that we have to address it really benefit us all.
So I guess it's too early. I know that Sheriff-elect Labatt had talked about putting some of his deputies on the street. Have you had any of those conversations with the current sheriff?
Not in respect to that. They partner with us on many other occasions, but not in the space of street racing.
Okay. And so for members of the community, I guess, we just had almost 2 hours of public comment. As you probably heard, people are extremely frustrated. So in responding to, they're calling 911. I guess, how can we help them, or how can we get the information to them that the problem is being addressed, and that, is it possible to make your presentation available at least to those who called in, who've had questions and concerns about it? I would imagine that when people do call in, that we've got a record of who's called and their number, I guess, and trying to get them the information so that they know that their pleas aren't just going in vain.
We try and put out as much information as we can. I don't have a problem with the information that we provide you all to be made public by any means, but we try to put out as much information as we possibly can as it relates to what we're doing around the street racing.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to ask Ms. Lindo or any other member of the council staff who's able, if possible, to send this information to persons who dialed in, either via text or what have you. I think it would be important to pass it along because I've just, we hear people comment all the time about different issues, always at different levels of, frustration and angst that goes along with people are feeling put upon and that they're not being served. But I think it's important that if we could share Chief Bryant's report or his slide presentation in some fashion, that we would do that, from the committee. So people know not everybody all, can listen in, and, we want to make sure everybody gets the message. But again, Chief Bryant, I want for what Bar do know that it's tough, given these circumstances, hours, and the demands on your department and your resource. But just to kind of follow up, and this is my last question, of what Ms. Roque had mentioned, how are you all doing internally as far as staffing and equipment, not only to address this, but just, regular police operations?
Again, we have adequate resources to address a number of the crimes in any agency. I would imagine that we would like to have more, but I think that relying on our partnerships and the new strategies deployed, I think that we will see some benefit. But right now, the morale, again, we still have a ways to go, but I think that it's clearly improving based on what we're seeing in the conversations that we're having. APD.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good to hear. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair. That ends my question.
Okay, I do want to make a comment, Mr. Bond, that this presentation today is on our webpage, and people can actually see it as they're listening, but it is on our webpage also, and I believe it may be on Facebook as a part of the presentation today. I made sure that Ms. Lindo put it on there as we was having a discussion today about this. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. I'm sorry, I got you, Ms. Winslow. I got Mr. Hillis and Ms. Smith, and you'll be right behind Ms. Smith.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Chairwoman Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Chief Bryant, for being here to address this today. I guess my start off with just a general observation. When you look at the enforcement numbers, they certainly peaked in May, were pretty high back in February, and they went up a little bit in August. But what I've seen via, with my own eyes and also getting complaints in, if you look at May versus September, that's over a 50% drop in violations, citations being issued, or in cases where they're arrested. So to me, it seems like we still have a long ways to go with getting our enforcement numbers back up. And a few questions in regards to that. I see the violations by month, and then the other violations that happened during street racing enforcement. What I believe I do not see is any citations being written under our new city ordinance. Could you address why that is?
I'm sorry, you don't see any written under the
new city ordinance that we passed a few months ago makes it a violation to be a passenger in a vehicle that is engaging in this street racing or lane drag or doing that type of activity, and also puts in violations for the organizers of these activities. So instead of going out and trying to arrest people in 500 cars, we can go after the organizers of these events. And I would hope and imagine we have some intelligence on who these people are that are organizing this. So is there a reason we don't see arrests on these charts for the violations under the new city ordinance?
They aren't broken down to that degree. These are merely traffic charges in itself. I'll get with my team and take a look at it to get a deeper dive into it to see where we are with those numbers. But again, we will definitely be using a different tactic that will address a number of those violations.
Understood. I look forward to that. You did mention that you've not had a partnership with GST the last 2 weeks. I know they underwent a pretty large leadership overhaul there. Are there certain reasons that we've not had their partnership the past few weeks?
I can only imagine that they would detail out to other areas too, but it's not. We didn't lose the partnership. We understood that they wouldn't be able to work with us in those spaces, but they are committed to continuing the partnership as it relates to.
Understood. I don't know, Councilmember Mon brought up some issues regarding the chase policy, and we have spoken about that before in these committee meetings, and that you're in the process of updating the chase policy for APD to allow our super specialized units to have some sort of policy in place. Could you update us on that?
Yes, I think we just actually finalized our meeting as it relates to it this morning. And so we'll be evaluating putting out a policy on it relatively soon as it relates to what our street racing policy will be. Additionally, we're looking at other tactics to stop these street races as well.
Understood. As was also discussed with Councilmember Bond, if we could just get some firm numbers and maybe some charts on an update on the attrition numbers so far this year. Hopefully we can see those have recovered or leveled off the past month or two. But just would like to see something in black and white on that. And then also an update. I did receive one per my last request, but just some updates on traffic enforcement along Hollowell that we had asked for due to all the pedestrian fatalities that have occurred there over the past few years. And so I would just like some updates on that. But speaking of resource allocations, what teams, just specific to street racing right now, then we can get more generalized, but specific to teams within APD, which units are assigned to address street racing?
I won't get into the specifics of what all teams are doing it, but we are utilizing some different units, mostly out of our special operations unit, our H units, and some of our as well as other zones. But I don't think that I want to put out all the specifics as it relates to it. But we have a mixture of teams working in this space.
Okay. And then as far as just more in a more general sense, we could get some numbers on resources allocated to FOD when we're talking about zone level resources in our 6 zones, specific to how many officers are assigned to each zone, and any kind of movement that has been happening in regards to that.
Yes, we can
say that again. You broke up a little bit.
We can get that. We can get those numbers too.
Okay, I appreciate that, and then be looking forward to that. And then I may have some more questions in regards to allocation of resources. That's all I have for now. I have a lot of requests there, but I'll be looking out for those, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hillis. And actually, Ms. Lindo, I hope you wrote those notes down of what Mr. Hillis is asking for, because some of those are things that we can bring back. We'd like to see if he can bring back to the next committee meeting. The attrition numbers for the police department and how many officers per zone. And I don't know, Chief Brian, if you're going to have by the next meeting, you say you're working on the new street racing policy, no chasing. I just want to see where we are in terms of that. And if we're not going to have it ready, I can have an offline conversation with you about where we're going with that. But we'll really be interested in seeing where we're going with that also. Thank you. Our next person is Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Bryant, I'm sitting here thinking about this, and I'll just let you know that I live 2 blocks off of Moreland Avenue. And so Moreland has got APD, DeKalb Police, and the Georgia State Patrol because it's a state route. I've also had a lot of complaints, and I know Ms. Moore's on this call, and she and I met with a resident of Memorial Drive, and Memorial Drive is the same thing. It's got APD, DeKalb, it's got more than one group that can work on the street racing, and we're all getting so many complaints. But I'm sitting here thinking, it seems like y'all are the ones that are getting the brunt of the street racing, and it's not like you're running around handing keys out and telling people to do it. So I want to ask you, and I doubt you'll be able to answer any of these questions, but I'm just trying to figure out how maybe we could help you more. Is there anyone that gets, like, you're giving us a matrix of all the tickets that you write. Is there any way that we can get something where the Georgia State Patrol has written some tickets, where the DeKalb County Police have written tickets? I know that the Capitol Police downtown write tickets. I mean, there's more than just APD. Is there any way that we could get the statistics from the other entities that do write enforcement tickets?
I would imagine that you could. I don't know specifically how they do it. Generally, they do share with us. Sometimes it's delayed, but I would imagine that they wouldn't have any problem sharing that information with us.
Okay, so I may talk to Ms. Shepard and maybe some staff people about us trying to reach out to them to get that. And then once I get that, I think this will help lead me in to the next part of my questions, again, trying to help you and try to figure out how to curb this street racing. Do you know how many points for each one of these? Because we've been thinking about, trying to confiscate the vehicles, and the state law won't allow us to. So I can't imagine. I know the Atlanta-Fulton County delegation of state senators and state representatives are all getting inundated by us saying, please change that law so that we can confiscate some of these cars. And would you, see, I don't think you're going to be able to answer any of these, but I'm just throwing this out there. Like, how many points do they get for reckless driving? How many points do they get for, as you call it, what is it called, laying rubber, doing donuts? I forget what that's called. But I know you have a ticket for it, so there's obviously, these are probably state tickets also that you're writing. And then, so that might be something else. If we're going to be contacting our state legislature, then we might talk to them about increasing the points on these list of tickets that y'all can write for street racing. And then also, can we get a list of the tickets that you give out? Can you've got like this matrix here, this chart of tickets. Can you give us a copy of the tickets so that we can see, is it the same people over and over? Is it different people? Where do they live? I'm just starting to really get curious about, seems like they would be getting tired of racing. They've been doing it all summer long, and it just doesn't seem to be letting up. So can you give us a list of the tickets?
I'll have to get with legal as it relates to giving the actual ticket, copies of the tickets. Again, we're upwards to 500, almost 500 now. Mm-hmm. But that would be a question I have. I would have to get with legal to make that determination.
Okay.
As it relates to the point, you're correct. I'm not astute as it relates to what those numbers may be. Maybe the courts may be able to assist, or the state may be able to assist on that. But I'm not familiar with the point system.
All right. Well, and then, okay, and I know I'm starting to dream because I'm thinking, we have all been putting up with this. I remember I started getting complaints. Well, we even had some before COVID, because Moreland Avenue has been a racetrack for a long time. Okay, so if we can get a list of these tickets, and since the court has not started back, I'm trying to think, maybe we could try to take advantage of what we've all been viewing as a disadvantage because court has not been going on. What if we maybe did them in blocks? And that's why I want to get the tickets. I want to try to help you with this, or it would take several of us. But if we could do them where when they're going to go to court, if we could get all of the Moreland Avenue tickets together on one day, and all of the Midtown, like Peachtree or whatever, those tickets in one block of time, then I have so many neighbors that have emailed, called, discussed it on social media for just Moreland. I'm just going to take that one example of Moreland Avenue. And maybe some of us could show up we wouldn't necessarily have to go inside, but we could show up outside the courthouse, you know, I mean, everyone's demonstrating now. I mean, maybe we could demonstrate against the street racers and show them that it's affecting more than them just having a good time, that it's keeping some of us up at night. Some people work different hours and have trouble going to bed. So I don't know. I'm just trying to think a little bit outside of everyone just calling 911 and expecting you to fix it.
I understand, and thank you for it. I think that would probably, once again, probably be through the prosecutor's, the city solicitor's office. When we write the citations, each officer may write the citation based on their actual court date, and so those incidents may be on many different days. So I think that is a strategy, and I'm with you. Let's do what works to make a significant impact.
All right. So if any of the other council members on this call think that any of these are good ideas, let me know, and then maybe we can start working on it. And just like today, the majority of the calls, I know a lot of my calls came in early on, but the majority of the calls today seem to be in Buckhead. So if we could put all the tickets together that were written over obviously the last couple of weeks, they must have been up and down Buckhead. So so then we could let everyone that called in today know that you can show up at court and you don't necessarily, show up outside with your mask and be outside and socially distance, but let the street racers that are coming to court know that they're there and that it's affecting them. And so, because there's got to be an end to it. They've got to wear out, or I don't see how that they can afford their tires or whatever. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think we have to understand, Councilmember, that this is such a problem throughout our country. Almost every major big city is also facing these street races the same way. And I've talked to a number of chiefs to see what they're doing. Well, so I stay in communication, trying to come up with different ideas, borrowing from other agencies to see how it affects them. But we've not seen it slow down in those areas as well. But I think, like I said, our strategy, our changing strategy may have a significant impact. But I think, again, as well as when the courts come online and individuals really have to be penalized for their actions, we'll see this subside some.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief Bryant. Madam Chair, I'm finished.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. You had some good questions also. The point system, I don't know if the law department, I would like to know more information. I don't know if anybody from law can even speak to the point system. Is that up under the auspices of the state or the city, or can you all answer that question? Ms. Robinson, are you on the phone? Anyone from the law department? I'm just curious.
Yes. Hello, this is Amber Robinson. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi. You're absolutely right. The point system is governed by the state law. It's a state statute. It's OCGA 40-5-57, and it provides the number of points for all types of traffic violations. There is a big caveat, though, that if you get anything where if you get convicted, your license is going to be suspended automatically as part of the punishment for that charge, such as DUIs like that. Racing, as a matter of fact, is also like that. Then there are no points associated with it because it's an automatic suspension. The points are used to determine who is a habitual violator for suspension purposes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move on now. Our next person to ask questions is Ms. Winslow, followed by our president, President Moore. Ms. Winslow.
So I think what Ms. Robinson is saying and what Councilmember Smith is talking about, that's where I was going in regard to, in the city of Atlanta, we have state highways. Before there were interstates, most of us are young enough to know that there were state highways. Or, I don't remember them. I just remember they were here when I got here. So, Peachtree Street, Metropolitan, I won't go through all of them. Ralph David Abernathy, I think Ponce de Leon, and there's some other streets in other parts of town. So I've got a listing of all those streets. It may be anywhere from 15 to 25 state highways that are in the city of Atlanta. So, Chief, do we have to call in the State Patrol to monitor their streets in these kind of situations, or is there some type of gentleman's agreement? It sounds like there's an old gentleman's agreement that says, that city streets in Atlanta will be governed by APD, and anything on the expressway will then be governed by the state a little bit more so. So do you know anything about that?
Yes, ma'am. We do. We have jurisdiction on both. So we are able to write state charges on the state highways as well as the interstate, as well as in the city streets. And the State Patrol does as well, and they continue to assist us as well. But so there's no areas that we aren't writing citations.
No, I know we can write tickets, and I know that on the wheelie things that were going on over in Castleberry Hill on Peter Street, the State Patrol was there. So it gets to, I think, the information that Ms. Robinson just gave out in regard to this state law, that if they're habitual drivers that are street racing, and I don't know, then more penalties can be put toward them. So is that something that APD can do, or is that something that would have to be written up by a state patrol officer on a state law? How does that work?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I think what's happening, what you're asking is when does one become a habitual violator? And that is done through the court.
No, I got that. Okay, so you can write not only can you do a checkoff for a city ordinance violation, you can do a checkoff for a state violation. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am. The traffic charges are state charges.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to get to what Councilmember Smith is talking about is how can we help you? How can the citizens help? The citizens are crying to us saying, okay, APD, you're the only one we know to go to. But I don't think that's true. So I guess my comment is, and maybe I'm not correct, you can correct me if I'm not, is that perhaps residents also need to call the governor's office, call their state legislator, and maybe they have. I'm not saying they haven't. Maybe they have, and maybe we all need to continue doing that as a group to, and like you said, it's happening all over the country. I think it's called COVID-itis in the brain. That's what I called it, COVID in the brain with some of these races. In terms of, can we get more push out of more people, APD, and as the council member said, DeKalb County and State Patrol, or is everybody up to their eyeballs?
No, good question, Councilmember. I'm glad you brought it up, and I failed to speak on it. One of the things that I thought that was important was for us to pull together a task force, a working task force, to come up with different ideas and solutions as well as to educate people more in-depthly, that they can go back to their communities and share exactly what it is that we're doing and how we're addressing it. So we're working on establishing a working task force of just those very same people, to include community members, to come up with different ideas.
But isn't it also important for people to also be calling their state legislators, and like I said, maybe they are,
No,
in regard to the state patrol. They may not be able to get to them as quickly as they do us because we're meeting all the time. Their state representatives are not meeting during this period.
No, yes, ma'am. As I stated earlier, I think that whatever ideas we can and strategies that we can utilize to include calling on the state to assist will be beneficial to us all. I think it is very beneficial.
So when you pull the task force together, I think we need to have some state people, state elected officials there. We're all responsible to our citizens. It's not one versus the other. We're all responsible. So could you make a note of that?
Yes.
So that we've got some on the other side who's saying, yes, this is important. Don't just lay it at the feet of the city. We're happy to do it. We're here. We're going to be as responsive as we can. But I think maybe there may be other entities that can additionally help us. Now, and I know the state patrol has the whole state as opposed to just one city. So I recognize that. But maybe, but I guess, I don't know who's their boss, the state patrol. I don't know if it's state legislators or I don't know if it's the governor. But we need to have the state on that task force, I think, in order to emphasize, and maybe the sheriff's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much for listening. And thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate it, and it's not an easy task, and thank you for being on point. And I have seen more police officers giving out tickets. I have seen more for state patrol giving out tickets and stopping people. I have seen that over the last 30 days, so I want to compliment both groups on that.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it, Ms. Winslow?
That's it. Thank you, Madam. Oh, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say one thing about the ATVs, and I wanted to address that because there were some people talking about that, and I wanted to acknowledge the work that you had done for really almost 2 years with taking legislation to the state, talking to state legislators about how to put some teeth into ATVs and how to make it so that people have some kind of a driver's license, something like that, in order to control them. But unfortunately, you were not successful because you didn't get enough people on the state level, you know, to go along with a plan that I thought was workable. And so I would encourage those people that called in and that spoke today to please call your state legislator, because with ATVs, you don't have to have a driver's license. You don't have to have anything. You can just ride around and be crazy like they're doing. But there's a need for them to have a driver's license. But there seemed to be some pushback from areas outside of the city of Atlanta, and I won't get into the politics of that. I just want to let the public know that our chairman, Councilmember Shepherd, was very aggressive in going to the state and trying to get something done. And people did listen to her. And so maybe this is a time for citizens to go and say, we want you to implement something. They'll be meeting in January. They're talking now about which laws they're going to bring forward. So to the Buckhead Coalition, that may be something that all of you want to work on with your state legislators. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. Just one point, and I know Ms. Moore is waiting to speak, so let me just say real quickly. One of the things I see as we're talking about all of this, and you're right, ATV was a hard one. Finally, I mean, after working so many years, they allowed us to have in the city of Atlanta a law that says that you cannot legally drive a ATV on the streets in the city of Atlanta. Is that working? No. It's not as bad this year as it has been in the past. It seems to be now a combination of motorcycles and all type of other machines with ATVs who are coming up and down the street. And so, but the thing is, what's happening is because we also have laws that the state doesn't have the same laws that says no chasing. These guys know that. they know that we have no chasing laws. So for them, they take a chance and say, we're going to run because they can't chase us. And so they're flying like crazy up and down the street because they know that the police department doesn't have a no chase law. Now, the state has, as Chief Ryan said earlier, they can chase. They have laws that says no chase. And so there are some contradictions in terms of our policy, state versus city. Some of them are good, or some of them, the state look at it one way, we look at it a different way. So a lot of this also is contradictions in terms of our laws and how we can support each other in terms of that. So the state, for instance, they can chase people on the streets of the city of Atlanta. So do we want at this point for our state patrols to come out on the state highways and chase guys on our streets like Metropolitan Parkway, Martin Luther King, Down Hall Parkway, all these states, Moreland Avenue, Peachtree Street, all the Northside Drive? Do we want them to chase on them? And then, but the police department, and then what happens in terms of that chase, if something happens bad, then what do we do? It's just a lot of, and I'm listening to all of this, it's just so many contradictions that we've got to really begin to look at how we can align ourselves. So let me shut it up and let President Moore go ahead and speak. Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things, because I'm talking to council presidents from large cities across the country, and the chief is absolutely right. This is a phenomenon nationwide, and I'm glad that he is mentioning that it's citywide, because, while you had a lot of calls from Buckhead, I've gotten calls and complaints from Midtown, from Joyce's district, Southwest Atlanta. I don't think there's a district that hasn't seen it, maybe in varying degrees. So it's good to make sure that everybody is recognized, because people are being kept awake everywhere. The other thing I wanted to ask, everybody's pretty much asked my questions, but what I didn't hear, and I know that we had the Chief Justice Judge on at your last meeting, when are the courts opening? What is the date? What's the time frame? Does anybody know?
We'll have to have Judge Porter back on, President Moore. That was one of the things that I emphasized a lot, that I've been pushing Judge Porter really hard on. When are you going to open the court system? Because
we need a date or something to be able to tell people it's going to be 30 days or 2 weeks,
And I just had a conversation last week with the COO of the city and asked him if they would actually partner to see. A lot of it was, at one point he was saying Ames, they're trying to get a system in terms of Ames. That's one thing that he talked about very specifically. And I don't know if you remember, the other thing that they're saying is how they have to reallocate the buildings, that when citizens come in, they got to go by CDC standards in terms of if they're going to let people start coming back into court, they got to set the court system up a certain way that would allow people in, and that's going to take some time. But they also
I just want to know a target date. That's all. I know they've got a lot to do, but
he didn't go to the date, but I'll push back on it again and ask when they can give us a projection of when that's going to be.
So that's one of my main questions I didn't hear. The other thing is, I think Carla made a good point.
On that inventory over there.
Hello? Who's talking? If you're not talking, please mute your phone. Or was somebody
Chief Bryant?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. One other thing I think that was instructive that was asked by Ms. Smith that maybe you can put on your matrix, because I think it would be instructive, is, and I know we've done it for the protest, so I don't see why we couldn't do it for this, is to at least tell us, how many people live in the city and how many people live outside of the city. I think that we could figure that out without, I don't know what legal impediment would be to that, because I know we've had those type of reports when we had arrests during the protest. But I think I would be curious to know how many people engaging in this activity are City of Atlanta residents, and if not, where are they coming from? Is that something you can work on when you do your matrix?
Yes, I'll get with Chief Schierbaum and see if we have the resources a resource or the system in place to just extract that. But we'll definitely take a look at it.
Okay. And then my final question to you is, if this was the perfect world and you could have anything that you want, however you want it, because citizens want this to stop, what would you ask for and what would you need? And I know we've asked that in various ways, but what do you think will stop this activity?
That's a broad question. You would hope that people would just really be respectful and be civil and do the right thing and would not violate these laws in this manner. But being that we don't have that, I think the second thing would be that people be the folks that are out there, people who can garner and gather the level of intelligence that are close up to get tags, names, faces, that they forward that information to us. And let us go ahead and start working to get that information as well. These people live somewhere. They're at these street lights. So, and someone knows a number of these people. That's the information we'd like to get, as well as for us to broaden our level of intelligence as it relates to being able to go after these people.
And the citizens have asked me on that note, because we have the cameras around, are we following up? Can tickets and enforcement be done from the license plate readers and the cameras that we have? And or are you following up on them when you catch them on camera doing things?
So all of that is part of an investigative package that we're looking at as well. Is not as well. I won't, but we are looking at that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. But you were going to say, I assume it's not as easy as it sounds. I would assume there's probably more to it. But people are saying, well, if we got all these license plate readers and all of these cameras, why aren't they being put to use to write tickets? And I don't think you can write a ticket off of it, but enforcement.
Right. The license plate reader is not a matter. It's not like the street light cameras that people are used to seeing, or the speeding cameras. That's not what they do.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it for now. But I'm sure it's not the end until we get to the end, and I certainly hope all of us hope it's soon. I don't think there's an elected official or anyone who does, other than the street racers themselves, who don't want this activity to stop. And I just want to finalize by saying, I know the police, APD is working very hard, and I want to thank you all for what you do, as well as GSP and their assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Madam Chair?
Yes, who's speaking?
This is Nina Hickson from City Attorney's Office. I just wanted to mention, as it relates to the courts, that part of what is governing their being able to reopen has been the issuance of an order by the Justice of the Supreme Court, who recently issued an order. And so it's my understanding that there is an effort to try to look at trying to open toward the end of the month, now that the Supreme Court Chief Justice has issued an order calling for trials to begin again. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you're correct. I'll call Judge Portis and check up on that and make sure if we're so, they're going to have a report by the next meeting. Thank you, Ms. Hickson. I appreciate that. Any other questions from any? Oh, Mr. Bond, I see your hand is back up. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for really anyone who can answer it, whether it's the chief or our esteemed city attorney. I know that our jail, since most of these individuals, if there is an arrest, they're being taken to our jail has the ability to have a remote courtroom. I mean, can the suggestion be made to Judge Court or whomever it might need to go to, whether that's over to the state Supreme Court, that could be activated for these cases. And so that way, when these individuals are arrested, they can see a magistrate or a sitting municipal court judge, and they can be dealt with at the time of arrest, as opposed to waiting, weeks or months before the entire system opens up. Did anyone ask?
Judge Portis did discuss that at his last meeting, and they are working on that. I don't know if anybody from the court system is on the line right now that can go into much more detail, but remember our last meeting, he did discuss the fact that they were setting up a virtual place where people can come in individually for that. So if you remember also, in some cases, if it's not that, they have to go before a jury. A lot of other complications involved with it, which is why they're trying to, that is the next phase, Mr. Bond, as opposed to right now, people come in, if they get a citation, they have a right to pay it and don't have to go to court. The next phase is virtual, but then the next phase would be open to court. And if people have to go through a jury or trial or something like that, that's the whole issue also. So that was his report from our last meeting where he talked about that. But I can try, what I would do now is, because this has become obvious, because we can continue to talk about the fact that the court is not open. So we're going to put a little pressure on Mr. Portis, and based on what Ms. Hickson just said, is to ask what is holding us up at this point. And so just continue to put pressure. But because according to Chief Bryant, if a lot of these people are just walking in the court system, going through the cash run, as some people are saying, that's reality, and they're walking out. Even Judge Portis has told me that. And so if we could actually get them before a court, that would help tremendously in Kennington. They don't have any fear right now because they know they can just walk out. And we're not sending them over Fulton County because we know if they go to Fulton County, they may be in jail. So there we are. So I'm going to stop talking. Is there anybody else that has anything?
Well, I just follow up on what I was asking. Is that, the jail is already set up for that. All that's needed is a person to be assigned to act in that magistrate capacity. So if you could...
I'll find out. I'll make sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and ask that the jail was built for that. So, I mean, they've operated that remote courtroom in the past prior to COVID-19. So that's something that they could be doing now, I guess, barring the, edicts of the state Supreme Court. Unless the court is preventing any kind of, hearings taking place because of COVID. I don't know. And that's why I question out there broadly between, our city attorney and perhaps, chief, maybe they might know. But if you could add that to what discussed with the chief of the municipal court, I would appreciate it.
Hold on, guys. I just realized that Judge Portis is actually listening. He just texted me.
Oh, okay.
So if we can unmute Judge Portis, maybe he can come in and give us the answers to some of those questions. Let's see if we can find Judge Portis and bring him in.
Madam Chair, Judge Portis is not yet on the line. You want to give him a moment?
He said he's on the call with Rashida. I'm in the room with, he's in the room with Rashida. Unmute Rashida, and then he can answer the questions. So if you see Rashida, unmute her. Ms. Lindo, do you see it?
On the call, I'm going to email her. Perhaps she calls in on the public line and not the secure line. I will reach out, Madam Chair. One moment.
Okay, guys. Anybody else have any questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, just another question to be added. That if we were to start taking these arrestees to the Fulton County Jail, I mean, their court system is shut down as well, correct?
I'm sorry.
The Fulton County court system, is it shut down as well? I would assume.
You're probably right. You're right. Ms. Hicks, do you know, Ms. I would say
The co-moderator has joined the conference.
Well, if they are, I mean, we still might serve our citizens by by asking APD to consider taking them to the Fulton County Jail. But at least that would slow down their turnover, getting back out on the street.
Yeah, they treat them over there a little different than they treat them over in our jail.
Well, they treat them
Madam
like
Chair, this is Judge Porter. Council member, I think you have to understand that they have a COVID restriction as well. So they won't be taking a number of the citations either.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Judge
Good afternoon,
Porter.
Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you.
How are you? Did you hear some of the questions that was being asked? Ms. Moore asked questions. I don't know if you're still on the line. She wants to know very specifically, do you have any idea how soon the court system would possibly be opening back up?
As I stated last week when I was on the call, our push is to start to open the doors before the end of this month, to begin opening the public-facing windows within the next 14 days, and hopefully doing some walk-in on a limited capacity in some of the courtrooms by the final week in this month, beginning with October the 26th. But before we get to moving the public into the building, making sure that all of the protocols that are in place that are necessary to keep, first and foremost, the staff members safe is a primary concern. What we don't want is to have a situation like has been happening in several other courts around the state where they reopen only to have to close weeks later because staff members are impacted by COVID. So our operations have been governed in part by a emergency judicial order that has been in place from the Georgia Supreme Court over the past several months. Over the past 8 weeks, some of the restrictions have been loosened, but even with that, we are still prohibited from mass calendars, which is a traditional practice at our court to handle the volume of cases that we hear. We run over 10 courtrooms every day. We docket almost 1,000 cases to enter the building every day. That is mass numbers, and it is contrary to the realities that have been presented by COVID, which is probably why this particular meeting is still being conducted virtually, because there are some realities of getting a bunch of people together for the traditional type of business that we're all used to. So we're moving in that direction, but we have to do so responsibly, and we also have to do so in conjunction with the greater City of Atlanta community to make sure that we're doing that in the best case. So we're looking forward to opening, but I can't give you a definite date right now because we are in the phase of testing, bringing employees back in phases and seeing how that's going to work this week. And if that goes smoothly, then we can look to next week to try to begin to at least open the clerk's windows to the general public, and from there move back into the courtroom.
And Mr. Bond had a question. Mr. Bond, you are going to ask your question again to Judge Porter in terms of the jail system. The virtual, we're talking about virtual, actually, people coming in virtually. Where are we with that? And Mr. Bond, you want to add on?
Yeah, I heard the comment and actually the question rather. And council member, we have been utilizing throughout the entirety of the COVID period the virtual courtroom to do the first appearance calendar in particular. So there are portions of our court system, for instance, that never stop working. There are portions of our greater court staff, as well as several judges, who never stop working because everyone has been coming in to handle the jail calendar and the jail cases from March 13th up through today. So we are utilizing the courtrooms over at the jail, at least on a virtual basis, to have individuals who are arrested, who need to see a judge, appear virtually from the jail. We have the staff members who are needed over at the courtroom in 2 separate courtrooms to allow for social distancing, as well as the judge and administrative staff to all participate in this hearing to make sure that bonds are being set in special conditions where appropriate, are being heard and considered and placed on cases. But those are only the cases that are needed to hear for bond. The cases where individuals obtain signature bonds at the door are being reset for arraignment, just like all other cases are. Whether or not that is the, ultimate nail that will drive through this coffin, we will see. But in any event, the portion of our system that is in place to make sure that individuals receive their constitutionally guaranteed rights is in place, and it has been up and running through the duration of COVID. But again, there are parts of our operation that are unique to the city of Atlanta due to the volume of cases, and we have had to manage that reality, not just because of COVID, but because of the restrictions that have been placed upon our operation by some of the directives that have been in place legally on our type of operation.
Well, thank you very much, Judge, for that explanation. But I have a question. So I know on almost the majority of a lot of these traffic citations, their first appearance arraignment is necessary so that those that don't qualify or it's too costly for them pay out their bond to get it lowered. Are you all offering a waiver of first appearance hearing just for hearing on the cases or the tickets that are before them, or is that an option?
I'm not sure that I understand what's being asked.
Oh, okay. Well, let me go back and clarify. So, let me ask the first question. On the traffic citations, are those any of those citations qualify for first appearance hearing, or are they just considered underneath the signature bond program?
The vast majority of traffic-only citations, even if you are arrested on them, because they don't contain necessarily an element of violence, which was a critical triggering feature in the legislation that this body passed, are eligible for signature bonds at the front door of the jail. If someone, for instance, has a bond or another case that may trigger a hold, then that other scenario may require that they appear in front of a judge. But for the majority of those cases, for instance, if you're arrested for a state law violation of laying drag, which you can be arrested for, but under the provisions of the legislation that this body passed, that individual would otherwise qualify for a signature bond on the front end and will be released out of the front door. So therein lies a part of the at least hidden issue of some of this, is that reality is well known by many people. That's one of the reasons why we have some issue with the FTA rate. It's just the general belief by some that the teeth, so to speak, and the whole purpose of arresting for certain behavior, especially when it rises to a public safety welfare concern, may still result in a round trip once arrested. At the beginning of the COVID pandemic, when the court systems in general began to close, one of the things that we did was instituted a standby bond order, at least regarding DUI cases, so that we could move those people through the system a little bit faster. But even still, you have to see a judge because of the nature of the offense. The alternative to this at this point is to supplement the legislation with a judicial order that will require anyone based on a public emergency to have to see a judge for a bond consideration within 24 hours should you be arrested and detained for street racing. That is still a tool, at least in the court's bag, to deal with this situation should it rise to that level of concern, which over the past couple of weeks, it is beginning to sound like the nature of this particular behavior is getting to be an impediment on public order.
That's a very interesting point, Judge, and a quick follow-up to that. So, would we need a judicial order, or could we amend the ordinance ourselves through legislation to address that?
Well, the good thing about me being on this call is what is the legislative prerogative is squarely the legislative prerogative, and that which is the judicial is the judicial. I can't provide the advice on where the legislative branch can go, but I can tell you in general in this great democracy that we live in, that you are the body that takes policy and makes law, and I am the part of the government that independently takes that law and applies it to cases. And unless and until something dramatic arises that requires expedient and express judicial attention, to intervene. But you have all the tools to make law, and I have all the tools to enforce it and apply it in particular cases. Based on what I have heard over the last 2 weeks, before the excuses get to be too exacerbated on what is and is not the cause, the court system will step up to be a part of the effect. So we are listening, and we are taking note at least to how serious this is getting to be and where we need to take action. In my capacity, I will make sure that I do that.
Okay, thank you. Just one other question, and I'll yield to my colleagues. If looking at persons who are arrested, is it possible, well, I guess we basically answered that, to see a judge, if we were to amend the law, that these persons would have to see a judge before they could sign their own bond. I guess my question would be, would that be sufficient enough to serve as their quote-unquote court date, or would they still require another appearance for the judge after having seen one within 24 hours inside the facility at the jail?
Oh no! Once you see a judge, and whether it's by camera or conference or in person, that is your bond hearing. And for the majority of individuals, greater than 80%, they are released after that hearing, whether they post an appropriate bond or whether they are given a signature bond. One of the pieces of information that was provided last week was just a breakdown of what bonds actually look like, contrary to what anyone would imagine or believe. The way that the numbers actually shake out is that 3 out of 4 people who come through our system, even with the low level of offenses that they're arrested for in general, still get a signature bond even if you see a judge. So contrary to popular belief, it's a system that actually does fairly and accurately assess where folks are with their economic status and what they've been charged with, and where appropriate they are given a signature bond. The caveat, the difference that was expressed last week is that when you actually see the judge, there are things that are considered and discussed far and above bond, such as special conditions of bond, things that may be placed upon your release, even if you get a signature bond, that may help to regulate some of the behavior to make sure that you don't do the same conduct that results in what you've accused to be and why you're there in the first place. For instance, I gave the example of DUI. It's not uncommon that individuals who are arrested for DUI, as a condition of bond, are required to, for instance, not consume alcohol while they're out on bond, or not operate a motor vehicle within certain time frames or at all while they're out on bond. So going in front of a judicial officer is not just about having to pay to get out. It's the opportunity to see what's going on with the particular case and see are there any other things that can be added to help not just protect the individual who's there in court, but also protect the general public as well.
Just a half question, I yield. Within your judicial authority, if a person came before you for their hearing, could you say bar them from operating a vehicle until their court appearance? If they were accused of drafting or making donuts, etc.?
Well, what I don't want to do is foreshadow what would be my decision in a hot button issue, which is the soup of the day, so to speak. But I will tell you this. It is not uncommon that those type of considerations are made in cases in general. So, for instance, if boyfriend and girlfriend or significant others have an issue at home, before you send somebody back, they may have a special condition of no further violent contact, so that if the police get called again and it is apparent that there has been a physical incident, there are no questions asked. You were told already that you're getting a signature bond, for instance, but you're not to go back and get physical. If someone throws a trash can through a window at a business front, a condition of bond is that while you're out of bond, you do not go back to that location. So the possibilities, at least, are endless when it comes to these type of things. That is what the system is for. It is designed so that individuals, hopefully, while they're out on bond, do not repeat the same behavior that they're alleged to have committed while they're out on bond, thereby preserving some level of public order, and that is a key feature of the system.
Well, thank you very much, Chief Judge. You've been extremely helpful as always. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. That was very helpful for me and everybody else, I believe. So we can talk about it offline. If there are no other comments from Interim Chief Bryant or Judge Porter, we will move on. Thank both of you all for coming and answering those questions for us. It's been very helpful. This is really relevant. Judge Porter, if I may ask you to come back next public safety meeting to give an update on where we are with the court. The court is becoming a major thing in terms of when we're going to get it open. So just they have
Madam
to give you
Chair, it's a critical portion of our local government and our government in general. I am happy to come back as often, as frequent as you would have me. I take no offense to the questions. I'll be very direct to answer them. But just so I am clear about that, we're going to take very deliberate steps to make sure that our staff and the general public are as safe as we can possibly make them in light of the circumstances presented by COVID. And we will move in that direction and do the very best we can with that. But our goal is to begin to open the doors at some point this month, October 2020. I will keep you posted on precise date, but understand that preparation, safety. You cannot have enough when it comes to COVID-19. I think we can all agree to that. That's why we're on the phone having this meeting today.
Thank you, Judge Porter. You're on point. You got it.
All righty.
Thank you, Chief Bryant. We appreciate you also.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, thank you. We'll have you at our next meeting. Thank you.
Absolutely. I look forward to it.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll now move on to our consent agenda. We have favorable and unfavorable recommendations. Our claims with favorable recommendations are 1 through 8. Is there a motion to adopt federal claims?
Move to approve, Smith.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Are you want to take
In favor? I second, yes.
All right, thank you. So there's a motion and a second, Ms. Linda.
One moment, Madam Chair. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are favorable.
Thank you. We're now at claims with unfavorable recommendations, and those are items 9 through 33. Is there a motion?
Move approval of the unfavorable.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. I'll second. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Linda.
One moment, Madam Chair. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items have been endorsed.
Thank you. We're now at the regular agenda. I'm sorry, first read. So we have orders for first read. Do you need to sound that, Ms. Linda?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may. That's ordinance 20-1632, an ordinance by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee waiving the requirements of Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 2-910 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, entitled Grant Applications, to ratify the mayor's actions in applying for a grant from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, authorizing the mayor to accept and enter into agreements in connection with said grant and for other purposes.
All right. Well, we don't have to vote on that. We just have to take that as a first read. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. We'll move on to the regular agenda now. We're at items number 2 under the ordinance for second read. Ms. Linda, would you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1614. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Brown to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-92B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one package store licensed to sell malt beverages and/or wine by package located at 501-515 Main Street, Atlanta, and for other purposes.
Mr. Brown, are you still on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Would you like to speak to your legislation?
Yes, this is just a distance requirement exemption. They were to be at 100 feet. They're actually at 92 feet. So we made the exception. And the community organizations are completely in support of the exception.
All right. Well, I'll make a motion to approve. Ms. Winslow, would you like to second it?
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Linda.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
All right, we're now at item number 3. Ms. Linda, would you like to sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1619. This is ordinance by Council Members Matt Westmoreland and Jennifer N. Ide, directing the Chief Financial Officer to refund the balance of the funds donated by Virginia Highland Church remaining in the trust fund created for donations for the benefit of the Office of the Public Defender pursuant to Ordinance 18-1079 and for other purposes.
Motion approved.
Thank you. Ms. Winslow, would you like to second that?
Second.
All right, we're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable, and that's a dual referral, and that will be forwarded to the SEC.
Thank you. We're now items J for resolutions, and we have item number 4. Ms. Lindo, would you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's 20R 4427. It's a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Brown urging the Georgia General Assembly to adopt legislation which would impose additional standards by which state, county, and local law enforcement agencies are authorized to engage in vehicular pursuits and for other purposes.
All right, Mr. Brown, are you there? Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Colleagues, this legislation has been something we've been researching over the last 8 months within the city of Atlanta. And we've looked at the data before compiling this legislation, and a 2017 report by the Bureau of Justice Statistics found that between 1996 and 2015, fatal crashes and police pursuits led to over 7,000 deaths, which is an average of about 1 pursuit-related fatality per day over a 19-year period. We looked into breaking down the statistics around these traffic violations triggers, and about 69% of the pursuits, 69% of them were pursuits, including 16% for speeding, 13% for reckless driving, and 12% for suspicion of impaired driving, while suspects thought to have committed nonviolent felonies, often auto theft, accounted for 12% of the pursuits, with violent felonies at 9% and misdemeanors at 8%. Since January of 2020, the Georgia State Patrol, irrespective of APD's no chase policy, they've engaged in several high-speed pursuits throughout the streets of Atlanta that's resulted in collisions and, unfortunately, fatalities, with the most recent incident on September 30th causing the fatality of an 18-year-old young woman and a 3-month-old infant. I'm sure many of us heard about it in the news. So this resolution to the Georgia General Assembly is looking into how we can really refine the standards that would trigger for a Georgia State Patrol to enter into a vehicular pursuit, especially within the jurisdiction of the city of Atlanta. And even though they have the authority to do so, kind of re-looking at their training and their standards to see how we can do a better job of this. I was having a conversation with someone in the law department in regards to this while we were compiling the legislation. And one of the things that was said was, a lot of the claims that are made when there are casualties or loss of life or just bodily injuries occurring through these police pursuits is vehicular pursuit by Georgia State Patrol. So we just wanted to see if there was a way to have a conversation to see how they can relook at their standards, and that's what provided this legislation here today, Madam Chair.
Move approval, Madam Chair. Boone.
Thank you. We have a question by Mr. Hillis. So, Mr. Hillis, would you please come forward and state your question?
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Councilmember Brown, for speaking to this. This committee has on previous occasions before today and including today been getting updates from Chief Bryant in regards to APD's review of their case policy. APD has had a no-chase policy since January of this year. However, it's my understanding that that's only while they review their chase policy. Even before it was suspended, it was always said that APD had a quote-unquote no chase policy, but that wasn't true. It had a restrictive chase policy, but it did not have a no chase policy until the recent incident back before that was suspended by then Chief Shields back in January. So I would, before we go forward with this legislation, I would like to see what the city is actually going to do. And I know they've been reviewing it for some time, and now it's on Chief Bryant's death since tenure of Chief Shields ended. But really would just like to see what the city's recommendations are going to be, and what their chase policy is going to be before we asking or correcting what the General Assembly or the governor or the CSP would do. So that's my recommendation. But I'll yield to my colleague if anyone else has any comments.
Does anyone else want to speak on that? And I will actually agree with you, Mr. Hillis. As we were talking earlier, I also had that flag came up. I knew this legislation was before us, and actually there's another one right after this item number 6, and I think we'll take them together as soon as we finish with this one because it's related to the same issue by Mr. Brown. But I do have concerns about us supporting this. So can I, and I see Mr. Hiroki has to speak, but I really have some concerns. I agree with you, Mr. Hillis. I think we should wait until we see what the city, what Chief Bryant comes out with. Next, Mr. Hiroki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with both you and Councilmember Hillis. Councilmember Brown, I think, is right to raise concern on street safety that is threatened when we have high-speed pursuits, but I think most of us realize there's a place for them. The question is, when are they appropriate, and how do our police department and state patrol and other law enforcement agencies approach it? And my sense is it's probably better for us to understand where our own police department is going, because these are typically administrative decisions that are made internally. Just like the no chase policy is not an ordinance from the city council, it's an internal policy from the police themselves. So I would feel more comfortable if we were slower on this and kind of conferred with APD, figured out where they were going, and frankly maybe listen to, if we really want to pass something. I don't think we really need to pass something to have the conversation. I think we want to have a conversation with State Patrol about how they operate in the city and what their procedures are. I think we have the mechanisms to do that without a resolution, though I understand the role a resolution can play. So my sense is, I think, to follow Councilmember Hillis's lead on this and to maybe tap the brakes and figure out where APD is on it. And that's not I do want to commend Councilmember Brown for raising this issue, because we did just have a serious accident with 2 fatalities. We had a GSP officer who was seriously hurt a few weeks ago chasing someone and crashed into some trees. So it's not an issue we should turn a blind eye to, but I think we should be very, very mindful that we're not removing a key law enforcement tactic that has a role in keeping the streets safe, even as we figure out how to minimize collateral damage. All right.
Mr. Hillis, did you have another comment? I see your name is there again, or did I just not cancel you out? Did you have any other comments?
I was just, hearing our concerns, and, again, as Councilmember Broke said, understand the issue and the problem here, but I would just really like to see what internally APD wants to do, what direction they're going to be heading. So I would just offer a substitute motion to hold this.
Second.
Who's second? Was that Mr.? Okay. All right. Any other discussion from my colleagues? If not, we're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
One moment, Madam Chair. The vote is open. Please vote. Ms. Winslow?
I'm sorry, Ms. Winslow.
In favor.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion is okay, the whole. So why don't we take item number 6 with that, because that's related to the same thing, Ms. Lindo. Can we sound item number 6?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's Resolution 20R, 4429, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Brown urging Governor Brian Kemp and the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Public Safety, Lieutenant Colonel Chris Bright, to reconsider conducting hired pursuits within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city of Atlanta and for other purposes.
All right. Is there a motion?
Move to hold.
Motion to hold. I'll second that. Was that you, Ms. Winslow?
Yes, it was.
I'll second. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item has been held.
All right, thank you. So those two items have been held. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. We're now moved to item number, where am I?
Number 5, Madam Chair.
Item number 5. Thank you. Thank you. All right,
Madam Chair, yes, this is 20R4428, and we do have a substitute, and the caption is different. So how do you want to proceed?
Move to bring the substitute forward.
Second by Shepherd.
One moment. Vote is open. Vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is on the floor. If I may sound the caption, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And this is a resolution by Councilmember Joyce M. Shepherd, as substituted by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, accepting the Mayor's Police Use of Force Advisory Council final 45-day report and strategic recommendations, and to establish a process for conducting a series of City Council work sessions to review and discuss a timeline for any proposed and feasible implementation of recommendations put forth by the Advisory Council and for other purposes.
Thank you. So I introduced this legislation because you all know we've been, this resolution, not legislation, resolution, specifically talking about where we are with the Use of Force Advisory Council and the 33 recommendations that came forward. And I know I've been in the community and people have consistently asked me, where are we with the Use of Force recommendations, where we're moving forward, what's happening with the police department in terms of moving forward with these recommendations. And so what I did today was just to introduce this resolution to create a process of how we as a council can get involved with this process. The administration are doing some things, but I don't know specifically at this point what they are doing. One of the people who was involved with is gone at this point, but we do have the new staff person. His name is Jerome, and I forgot Jerome's last name. I'm going to ask him to come forward to talk about where we are at this point. The bottom line is what we're saying in terms of this, what I'm saying in terms of this process is that whatever happens in terms of that, the council needs to weigh in on it also. So I'm recommending that as we go forth with this, is that we come up with work sessions, and then as we go through this process, I'm not saying a time certain, but we want to come up with timelines and on whatever has been proposed and implementations and some recommendations. So this is just a way of us as a council getting involved with this, also making sure that we pursue this whole effort. So that's where we are with that. I don't know if my colleagues have questions, and I'm also asked Jerome to come forth from the mayor's office. Mr. Bond, you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I want to commend you, Madam Chair, for bringing forth the legislation and humbly ask that my name be added if possible.
Thank you. Absolutely. All right.
Hello, ma'am.
Jerome, I apologize, Jerome, for not remembering your last name, so please forgive me.
No problem. For the record, my name is Jerome Jordan. I'm Deputy Chief of Staff to the Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak. As Deputy Chief of Staff, I've been part of the Mayor's process of setting up the Use of Force Advisory Council and help supporting it throughout the beginning. As many of you know, the Mayor
issued an order establishing the Use of Force Advisory Council in June, and requested that they provide a series of recommendations. One, the first set being in the first 14 days of the council's existence, and then the final report coming within 45 days. Madam Chair, you are one of the members of the Advisory Council, and once again, I want to thank you for agreeing to be a part of it and all the contributions you made in that council. Once they issued their 45-day report, as you know, the mayor has issued multiple orders accepting and moving on many of the recommendations. For example, of the 45-day report recommendations, the mayor issued an order moving on 16 of the 33, as those are ones that were easily identifiable and ready to be implemented. We had a work session with this committee, I believe, near the end of August, and shortly after the recommendations came out, and received input. And in many ways, I see the legislation that you're bringing forth today, Madam Chair, as sort of an extension of that work session for us to come back and have continued dialogue to discuss the recommendations that we've already started moving on in connection with various departments such as AIM, the Law Department, and APD, and give you sort of a status update and a chance to discuss more of those, and a chance to have broader dialogue about the other recommendations that were presented forth or any other recommendations that the council members may have. So I believe that's where we're at in the process. We'll work with you, Madam Chair, and your staff on setting forth the next work session date, and be ready to answer any questions at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. So again, colleagues, what I want to do is, as these recommendations come forth, and you all talk about what you're doing with APD, I want us to again, on a continuous basis, give updates on where we are with each of these recommendations. Give us as a council member a chance to weigh in on some of the things and just listening to what you all are doing so we're all on the same page. So that's the purpose of this resolution, and appreciate working, looking forward to working with you all in the administration on this. I look at our first one being between now and the end of the year. Our first, I put in that the first one will be within 45 days. And then as it goes forth at the beginning of the year, having a series of more, just to go through a documented process of where are we with this process, what are we doing, here are the recommendations that we're working on, and having us to give input to it also as the council. So thank you. Mr. Bond did ask for his name to be added, so I'd like to move forward to bring forth an amendment to add Mr. Bond's name. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, that's second by Mr. Bond. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Chair.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item has been amended.
All right. So the motion carries. Thank you all so much. I appreciate that. We're now at item number...
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Now we have to accept as amended. I'm sorry. All right. So the motion is to support as amended.
I substituted as amended.
I'm sorry?
I second that.
All right. Ms. Linda,
I second that, Madam Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Sloan.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item was favorable as substituted and amended.
All right. Thank you so much. We're now at item number 7 on our agenda. Ms. Linda, would you sound that, please?
Madam Chair, that's Resolution 20R 4499. This is a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to rescind Resolution 20R 4222 and authorizing payment in the amount of $9,000 in settlement of the bodily injury claim of Alan Wells against the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
All right. Is there a motion? Is there any comments or questions? I'll make a motion for approval. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Okay, thanks.
Second, Winslow. Mm-hmm.
We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is open, Madam Chair. The vote is closed at 7 yeas, 0 nays, and that item is favorable.
Thank you. We're now at item number 8. Could you sound that, please?
That's Resolution 20R 4500. This is a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or her designee to execute renewal number 2 for FC 8998 Benchmark Case Management System with Pioneer Technology Group, LLC, on behalf of the Municipal Court of Atlanta, effective December 20th, 2020 through December 19th, 2021. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
All right. Any questions? If not, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Winslow.
Thank you. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Linda.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
All right. We're now the items to be held. Ms. Linda, is anything coming off of the Herald Committee agenda?
Not that I've been informed, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. We're at the end of our agenda at this point. Is there anything for the good of the day that anybody would like to say before we close? If not, motion to adjourn. Oh, Mr. Bond. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to remind everyone in our audience that today is the first day of early voting, October the 12th. It'll run through October the 30th. So there are many locations around the county. So please use your power and go and vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. You're on point.
Madam Chair, I have one announcement at the appropriate time.
Go ahead, Ms. Winslow.
Okay. I'm co-sponsoring a COVID-19 test on this coming Wednesday, which is October 14th, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Seventh-day Adventist Church in its parking lot. It's 845 Lawton Street Southwest. That's this Wednesday, the 14th, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., 845 Lawton Street Southwest. We hope people will come and get tested. It is free. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. With that, motion to adjourn. Are we ready? Is there a second?
Second, Smith. Good meeting.
Good meeting.
All right. You all have a great day.